To let you all know, staff, electeds, we have lunch downstairs and we can eat you can eat in your offices, you can eat downstairs, admin, junior admin. I'm going to take a break somewhere right around noon, depending on which departments we've gotten through, where there's a natural break between departments. So We do have lunch. If your stomach is growling like mine is, there is light at the end of the tunnel. So, and right now, I will turn it over to our illustrious budget staff, if you would take it away.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. So today we have the department heads presenting their respective budgets. So they're going to speak in detail about all their budget requests, both funded and unfunded. And as you will see, and there is the order in which the departments are going to present. And on each of your slides, you will see a page number at the bottom left of the slide. So that page number basically is the page number where you will find that slide's information within the budget book. So that's what those page numbers are. And any questions that staff is not able to answer today the answers to those will be provided later on. Budget staff will work with the department heads to get answers to those questions. And as the mayor said, we will break for lunch around noon. And I will have the first department. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Harpreet. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. I get to be first. I don't know if that's good or bad, so I'll let you know in about 20 minutes. Jeff Leatherman, Director of Recreation, Parks, Historic, and Cultural Affairs. It's our pleasure to kick off our budget recommendations, and as we start to kind of roll into what we've accomplished, our budget presentation for us is broken up into the general fund, and then you'll see the Recreation Participation Fund in a few slides into the presentation. But some of our accomplishments and what we expect to accomplish do cross over, and really proud to just spend a couple of minutes on our programs, and specifically as it relates to COVID-19. As we all know, this last year has been a trying year for all departments, the department and my department included, and just want to take a moment in time to recognize our staff. We reinvented and reworked programs and activities and events over the course of the last year, dozens of times, in order to really work to provide activities and resources for our community. I can truly say that we are one of the leaders in the metro Atlanta area as it relates to provision of services in our field. We are often copied. You can find our manuals for COVID-19 reworked with somebody else's logo, kind of spread throughout the region with the work that our staff did, and truly proud of that. Not only did we rework our programs, but we had staff serving in a variety of capacities within our Emergency Operations Center, working on policy development, senior welfare checks in association with our police department, safety and support roles. And then we also transitioned into kind of our traditional business. We worked on our ACE Sand project, getting that ready for a shovel-ready project coming in, and the timing of that couldn't be any better. Likely having and seeing some federal funding becoming available for infrastructure projects, we will be ready with that design for applications either at the federal or state level for grants. We also simplified the online registration process, and we often don't talk about the IT infrastructure and the results of that investment that you all made in our administration department, but it was directly realized in March of this last year when we opened up our summer registration. We beat our 2019 registration numbers in day one by 12%, which means that in the first 20 minutes, we were processing roughly $13,000 in transactions every minute. And the investment that y'all made in the IT infrastructure through administration department allowed families to make those registrations seamlessly. We didn't bog the system down, and we were able to transition IT infrastructure into actual people enjoying the summer activities that we had planned this summer. A couple of other projects: completed the exterior door replacement at the Bill Johnson Community Center, which was funded at mid-year. Installed some new features at the dog park. Lita Thompson, thank you for everybody that was able to come out, and also the Holiday family for that donation. Working on implementing and finalizing the payroll software that was approved at mid-year. Continued long-term maintenance repairs at our pool. Completed siding and window replacement at the Adult Recreation Center. Repairs to the Big Creek Boardwalk. And then also secured some CDBG funding for the HVAC repairs at the Adult Recreation Center. We continued to accomplish some items at Mimosa Hall. We're also in process with getting prepared to open up that facility. The pool was demoed last week, solar panels are on the roof, and we are in process with the certificate of occupancy for late spring, early summer opening of both the first floor of that facility as well as the grounds. Completed the Roswell Area Park ball field retaining wall. Visual Arts Center back deck replacement is just about finished up. Fence replacement along the maintenance yard at Roswell Area Park was a tremendous improvement that was also funded at mid-year. Other repairs to the Bill Johnson Community Building, repairs to the standing seam roof, and then the Art Center landscape project at East Roswell Park. As we start to transition into next year, really looking at the implementation of Sand Park, we do have some funding for the Fitness Trail Loop. It's not the complete funding for that project. We also are looking forward to completing our 5-year park development and strategic plan for the department, which was funded at mid-year. This is going to set the next trajectory for the 5 years of how are we looking at recommendations for programs and facilities in our department and for our city. Assess all of our facilities and infrastructure to develop a 10-year maintenance plan and replacement plan. This was also a project funded at mid-year that we're in process of working with the administration department. Now, normally we have our facility condition assessment report that administration runs, and that accomplishes repairs and maintenance to our 300,000 square feet of buildings. This plan will give us detailed information on all the things that are in our parks and facilities, like asphalt infrastructure, sidewalk infrastructure, fence replacements. In some cases, we have 20, 30, 40-year-old facilities in our parks that will need maintenance and repairs, and we want to be able to cleanly and clearly anticipate what those are into the future for future budget processes. We're also consistently maintaining relevant social media engagement, implementing proactive plan for our marketing, and then completing a second wall at Old Mill Park. If you remember, we did an emergency repair at Old Mill Park. We have a second wall that also needs to be repaired, which is currently funded and in the process of being worked on. As we continue through, we're looking at revising the historic asset division, replacing the playgrounds at Riverside Park, consistent with our Riverside Park master plan or the River Parks master plan, and then repairing the historic stone grill behind the Waller Park Recreation Center, one of our oldest facilities in parks. As we start then to transition into what that looks like from a budget perspective, this will give you an overall kind of snapshot at what we can expect to see and what's recommended for the general fund, the Recreation Participation Fund, capital projects, and impact fees. Just a special note on the capital projects line item there, you'll see a 423% increase. There's a graph that in about 5 slides will kind of explain that a little bit more. What the result of that is during the pandemic and coming into this current fiscal year, we took all of our capital and maintenance projects down to zero. And so now that we've recommended, or there is recommended to be roughly $523,000 of funding, that increases that percentage rather substantially. So I'll show a couple of slides that will explain that and what historically has been invested in our parks and facilities. We're not recommending any changes at this point in time to our personnel, and you'll see some recommendations that are currently unfunded in the next slides. We have some expenditures and how they're broken down in the general fund. Again, this is not inclusive of the Rec Participation Fund, which we'll see here in a couple of slides. Personnel being the lion's share of our budget line item, and then operating and transfers in capital. This graph just shows the general operating expenditure, general fund history coming into the proposed fiscal year 2022 to give you a general idea of kind of where we've been in the last 5 years. We talked just momentarily about the 423% increase in our capital and maintenance projects. This graph shows really a 5-year history associated with how we've invested in parks and facilities, and this is generally maintenance of our existing facilities or one-time capital projects. Right now, with the proposed budget, we're roughly showing about $75,000 of maintenance investment into our facilities. Generally speaking, we've hovered somewhere around $600,000 to $800,000 annually. Those resources just currently are not available in our budget to be recommended, and we'll talk about the results of that in our unfunded categories moving through the presentation. What we are recommending to be funded in the proposed budget is 2 items operationally. The first is janitorial services at our Cultural Arts Center. This is an extension of a program that was already funded at mid-year by this mayor and council for our larger recreation facilities for nighttime janitorial services. The Cultural Arts Center was one of the pieces that we did not include in that original recommendation, and we are bringing that forward in this budget process to include the cleaning of that facility 4 to 5 times a week on average when we have shows in that location. That allows our maintenance staff, we currently have 1 position assigned to that facility, to actually work the nighttime events and clean that facility during the transitions, and then have a cleaning crew after the show closes out each evening come through and clean the lobby and the common areas upstairs and downstairs to prep for the following day's show. Sometimes we have matinees, sometimes we go back into the evening, but it'll allow us to turn that building quicker and more effectively with that funding. Additionally, Mr. Pruitt talked about our 4th of July fireworks event in Roswell Area Park. We do know that the transition into that park will cost us a little bit more money for the production value. Primarily, that is dedicated towards some amplified sound work as well as some additional fireworks that we'll need to purchase. Because of the way the tree line is in Roswell Area Park, our fireworks need to go higher. So we've had to eliminate the 3-inch fireworks and only go to 4- and 5-inch fireworks so that we can have a decent view shed considering the tree line in that park facility. Additionally, we talked about the $75,000 in our recreation and park. This is a partially funded item. Generally, we have about $385,000 that Mayor and Council has routinely approved in this line item. We generally hold towards the end of the spring time about $50,000 to $60,000 in that line item to deal with emergencies throughout the year. So essentially, we'll program about $300,000 to invest in our parks and facilities on a maintenance line item annually. We know that things are going to break in our 1,000 acres. We know that there's going to be unanticipated costs with maintenance in our facilities, and so we'll hold a little bit of that money for emergencies. When those things either arise, we'll take care of them. When they don't, usually about March or April, we'll take those bottom tier projects that need to be repaired and we'll activate that before the end of the fiscal year. So right now, what we're working with is this $75,000 is essentially our emergency fund for when things fail or break in our park facilities. We'll have that resource available to us to activate and repair them. Some additional funding sources as it relates to capital improvements and one-time capital. The Cultural Arts Center we talked about just briefly. GET has found offices off-site, so they are planning on transitioning out of that building at the beginning of the fiscal year, if not before. And the proposal is to transition that space or potentially portions of the space in the Cultural Arts Center back to some of its intended uses, which was for the Historical Society, to actually have display spaces for our historic assets and archives. This would act as a museum-type space that would be available for the Historical Society to activate that space and actually display the things that we have either on record or in our archive space right now that's in storage with no place to actually display them and make them available to the community. These improvements would rehab the facility, meaning that we need to do some paint, we need to replace the carpet, we need to redo the wood floors, some hallways, change some of the lighting to accommodate that use, and that line item would allow us to do that to accommodate that use or return of that use in the space. I'll stop there in case there's any questions on that item in particular. Okay. The facility condition assessment we talked about briefly, and this has been something that I've been discussing for quite some time. Really what I need and would like to be able to deliver to Mayor and Council is a consistent plan moving forward over a 5- and 10-year look ahead of what type of investment do we need in our parks and facilities on an existing basis for what's coming into the future. Right now, we have a pretty good idea that we need to redo our ball fields. We need to redo lights that you'll see in our line items. We know that we have to redo synthetic turf. We know that we have to redo asphalt. We know that we have to redo concrete. But what we don't have is a clear understanding of at what pace financially do we need to be anticipating those types of improvements in order to maintain our level of service. This facility condition assessment will be paired with what we do with the administration department already in our buildings and facilities and expand that into our outdoor spaces so that we have a comprehensive plan of future investment into our facility to better plan financially for those costs into the future. Additionally, we have to replace some HVAC controls in our parks headquarters and the Adult Recreation Center, finish the seat replacement at the Cultural Arts Center. We've done about half of the building, and this will finish that project. And then the Roswell Area Park Pool, continue our renovation plan. And this is some equipment and some decking that we need to repair that's currently in the process of, it hasn't gotten to the point of failure yet, but it needs to be repaired before it fails. Those are the sum of our recommendations for one-time capital improvements for the department. And I'm going to run through some of the unfunded requests, and we talked about them just briefly, but in more detail. As you look at our overall operating plan, the department put forward a number of different operating requests. Some of these are returns from previous years. The first one, the holiday lighting, we've talked off and on about trying to replace and repair the trees that we've been putting up in our facilities. They've run its useful life, and at some point we've got to invest back into those facilities, and in this case into the trees themselves that are at Town Square and heart of Roswell. We've put this forward as a program change at an ongoing cost because we'd like to switch over to a rental of those trees so that they're actually refreshing on a regular basis as opposed to what we've done in the past as a purchase. And so we own the asset, but at some point, 5 to 7 years, those trees just wear out, and so you have to replace them. A rental will allow us to refresh them about every 2 to 3 years, continuing to keep them fresh in our facilities and looking good for the holiday season. Our full-time project analyst and project manager position is also recommended at this time to be unfunded, and this is a support position in planning for all of our improvements that we have, both one-time capital, maintenance, and new capital for facilities and programs that we have. Right now, we spread that workload out to about 5 or 6 different staff members depending on the project, and this would streamline our project management within the department. We have some increased funding for our part-time historic assets. This is directly tied to bringing on Mimosa Hall as an asset in that division and operating that facility. It's currently recommended to be unfunded. In previous conversations, we had anticipated the need potentially for a full-time staff member. In reworking our historic asset division, we've remodeled kind of functionally how that division is working, and we don't need another full-time staff person, but we do need part-time support for special events and activities and the use of that property into the future so that the community not only has access to it, but can also reserve and rent it. Generally, when we have rentals on the property, we want to have full-time or part-time staff members there to represent the city and ensure that the property is well taken care of and managed. And that funding source would allow us to do that there at the historic site, particular with Mimosa Hall. Additional vehicles for some park facility supervisors in order to make them more nimble in moving around our parks and facilities. And then we've been talking for the last year or so about a natural resources and trail maintenance crews. The pandemic has been one of those things that we've seen in our parks and facilities where trail use has exponentially increased. Down along the river, we're roughly 30 to 40,000 trips a month on Phase 4 and Phase 5, which is the boardwalk section of our Chattahoochee River. Big Creek Park at Mansell is seeing about 10,000 trips a month. The mountain biking trails have seen growth significantly at Big Creek. And then anytime that you go walk in Roswell Area Park or East Roswell Park or Hembry Park, people are out using our facilities. Lita Thompson as well. And that dedicated resource to maintaining our trails and doing it well will create resilience and useful life. And this would be a team dedicated to that trail use. In our 5-year park and facilities master plan, trails and increasing in trails is the #1 request in our community from 2017. As we redo our park and facilities master plan, my guess is it will rank really high just based on the use that we see in our community right now. Additionally, as we start to look at our unfunded capital, we talked briefly about what we normally call the 385 plan, or our recreation and parks maintenance program. That's currently proposed to be funded at $75,000. Generally, that's funded at roughly around $385,000. And then we have our system-wide park improvements, which is generally the replacement of our trash cans, picnic tables, barbecue grills, those things that kind of wear out over time that we want to invest back into the assets within our parks and facilities. Trail repairs. Light pole replacements, that continues to be a challenge for the department. We have our old wooden poles and they just eventually wear out and we need to replace them. The small equipment replacement program also recommended to be unfunded completely at this point, and these are our lawnmowers, things that we use to maintain our parks and facilities. Historic house properties at $135,000. This is our ongoing investment. It also includes the transition from Mimosa to one-time capital to ongoing maintenance, and so we've added the ongoing repairs and maintenance that Mimosa requires. If you walk the property right now, the things at Mimosa Hall that will stand out to you is shutter replacements on the windows. They're pretty old and tired and need to be replaced. We need to do gutters and soffits and some other things around the buildings and facilities. Playground replacements are recommended to be unfunded. Generally, we try to do 2 playgrounds a year. They average about $100,000 each, and that's currently recommended to be unfunded. And large equipment, along with our asphalt infrastructure. The operational and energy efficient athletic field lights upgrades. Right now, we've got the light pole replacement program that we've been running through, where essentially we pull our wooden poles down and put concrete or steel poles up and use the same light fixtures. Those halogen light fixtures will eventually become obsolete. They will no longer be made and manufactured, so we have to, at some point, start to transition into LED lighting. We've done that in partnership with the Roswell Santos Soccer Club. We came to the lighting and we saw the LED lights as much as we could on daytime when we turned them on. But that is the new fixture that we will be looking to transition to as we start to transition out of the old light fixtures as they become obsolete. Currently recommended to be unfunded. As we start to look at some one-time capital, the natural resources and trails crew, we talked about those staffing positions. There's also some one-time capital associated with them, vehicles and equipment in order to start that crew up. Is recommended to be unfunded. And then you have our park securities, camera system, indoors and outdoors, Groveway Community Park Master Plan, which we've been doing for the last 4 years, the implementation of that adopted plan, ADA compliance, the dance floor replacement, equipment wash stations, and others. All of these are one-time assets within our existing parks and facilities that are to the point of running their useful life and not working any longer or getting close to failing. And so we've recommended those to be funded, but they're currently recommended to be unfunded at this point, along with the fiber connectivity of the historic properties. We know that there is the potential for some federal funding through COVID relief, and so we're also looking at those two line items in conjunction with our administration department on whether or not there's funding potentially available. Next, we'll start to transition into our Recreation Parks, Historic Cultural Affairs, Recreation Participation Fund. But before I do that, on the general fund side, I want to just stop there and see if there's any questions that I can answer. Or Mayor, at your pleasure, I can finish this part up and then we can take them all at once. Okay. What we've accomplished in the Recreation Participation Fund is the collaboration on the athletic field lights, and I just want to, it's a $300,000 investment, so I think it's worth just taking a pause and recognizing that that donation into the city is significant. That creates opportunities for the youth in our community to play at night where they normally wouldn't have had that opportunity, and Roswell Soccer Club funded 100% of that with some contributions into the electrical system that the department made, but largely 95% of that was a donation from the club, and we want to thank them for that. We've collaborated with the Clay Collective in building the region's only wood-fired kiln, also funded by our nonprofit Booster Club, and recovered $800,000 in revenue loss in the Recreation Participation Fund in this past year. That is a testament to our staff collectively, the hard work of how they recover operationally our Recreation Participation Fund, not only from a revenue side, but from an expense management side. This means that our full-time staff, we're working nights and weekends when normally we would supplement with part-time staff. They were out working our fields, turning lights off, turning them on in the afternoon and in the evening so that people could continue to participate in our athletic programs, and truly worked to ensure that we could balance that fund. And that's our goal really coming out of this fiscal year. We're on that trajectory. We've got a couple of months left in order to ensure that we balance that fund. But truly want to thank not only the Mayor and Council, the Recreation Commission, but my staff for their support and really making that happen. It was a huge undertaking. We utilized Camp Doc. Mayor and Council funded that program, and this was coming into the pandemic. And had we not funded that program, and I appreciate the approval to pay for that out of the Recreation Participation Fund, we would not have been able to open our summer camp programs coming into the summer of last year. And so some of these programs and investments that we made, we didn't know what the benefit was going to be, and the realization is that we could transition into a touchless check-in and check-out system before we even knew that we absolutely had to based on the governor's orders. We reorganized all of our programs, which we talked about earlier, and again, just want to thank my staff for all of their work. What we continue to accomplish, just want to honorable mention to Betty Prescott for her award, and I know that we had an opportunity to honor her, and just to remind everybody that she continues her good work at the Adult Recreation Center and with our Ramblers. Secured CDBG grants for the Adaptive Friendship Camp, supporting our individuals with disabilities in our community to be able to come not only to spring break, but also to our summer camp program. implemented the online reservation system for lap swim, tennis, special programs to manage participant numbers, safety, social distancing requirements. Jimmy Janolovich is in the audience today. The lion's share of that work was his work in the administration department, being able to transition to a reservation system on the fly to figure out how we can manage people in our facilities. A huge undertaking, we were able to pull it off, and that's the difference between opening up our facilities in a pandemic and having to keep them closed. So huge benefit to our community. Gym Recruit Pros ranked our gymnastics program 9th nationally for men's gymnastics recruitment. And as we start to look at next year, revising our special event programming to continue to adapt, you heard from Rusty earlier that we're moving ahead with 4th of July plans. We'll be working on movies in the park and the return to some of those events that we've done in the future, safely reintroducing programs, expanding our outdoor programming, improving customer access to pickleball, racket sports, and certain facilities through a reservation system. We're always looking for the gifts of the pandemic, and one of those is how do we create a reservation system that allows people to access our facilities on their time? Not necessarily a first come, first serve situation where you may drive to a facility and show up, and then you can't use a certain asset, maybe a pickleball court or something else. And so we're looking at expanding some of those reservation systems to guarantee that people have access to our facilities and can plan their day. Sometimes people only have an hour to get their recreation in. They want to be outdoors, they want to be outside, and nothing is more disappointing than showing up and potentially having that occupied by another community member. So looking for ways to balance the first come, first serve and the reservation system in our community. Developing brochures and newsletters targeted specifically for our adaptive and active community. Cross-division collaboration, and then entering into the esports market. This is something that will be new for the city, but the reality is esports is growing exponentially nationwide and really across the globe. As we talk about gifts from the pandemic, parents, I don't know necessarily would say this is a gift. I wouldn't say that necessarily in my house with my 4 kids, but it is the reality that we're dealing with, that esports is growing. It is rivaling professional sports, it's rivaling video, it's rivaling TV. And there's a space in this market recreationally for us to start looking at how do we provide esports activities, maybe in person, maybe online. And so we're starting to dip our toe into this world tentatively to figure out how we best do it. But you'll start to see some more information coming out from our department in the world of esports for our community. I just say the really cool thing about this is it's cross-generational. This is, you know, my 2nd grader and even earlier all the way through to adults and active adults, 20, 30, 40-year-olds as well, heavily engaged in the esports market recreationally and in some cases professionally. As we start to look at the personnel history, we're holding at the 18.20 staff members in the Recreation Participation Fund. The lion's share of that fund is broken up between personnel and operating. And then we transition into the budget, roughly about $6 million of expenditures generated through fees for service and other transfers in. We do have support from the general fund for a couple of programs, and I want to acknowledge that and thank the council for the continued support that's recommended in this year's budget that helps support our adaptive program, aquatic facilities, and adult recreation facilities as part of that rec participation fund. Proposed to be funded is our group health insurance increase that we are anticipating, as well as a salary increase that we are anticipating, and we're adjusting fees to accommodate those proposed increases as part of the budget. One other item that we have in this year's budget is our impact fees. These are funded requests of just over $400,000 of impact fees, or actually I should say just under $500,000. We're recommending that to be dedicated to the River Park Master Plan improvement. Ideally, we would be leveraging this impact fee for other funding sources. That's potentially federal funding, state funding, COVID-related funding, pretty much any place where we can go out and find some money that applies to this space. This would allow us either through this fund or our grant match contingency fund to leverage these impact fees in a way that we can exponentially increase funding for the implementation of that plan. With that, I have concluded my 31 slides, and transportation is next, but I'm sure there's questions, so I'll wait.
Council have questions? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Jeff, for a great presentation. Just a question on the recovered $800,000 in revenue loss. Can you elaborate on that? Is that something that is an annual event, or a one-time in a lifetime
That,
event?
that was directly related to the program impact of coronavirus in March of last year. So when we shut down facilities in spring of last year, we shut down all of spring programming, and the lion's share of that we refunded back to our community because we did not provide programs. That resulted in a roughly $800,000 in revenue loss. We depleted our any of our reserves that we had coming into this current budget year. And so what we've been doing is working our way out of that revenue loss with managing expenditures, balancing our revenue associated with that, and then recovering that fund. And so as the mayor and I have been talking about really for probably the last year, since the fiscal year started, is how do we get to zero within that fund? How do we balance those pieces? And that's our trajectory that we're on right now. As we close out the fiscal year, there's always some unanticipated costs that come through as we kind of close out period 13. So we're positive about $200,000, give or take, in that fund right now with 2 months left to go. And it's something literally I'm watching every couple of days just to see how our revenue expenses are managed. And as I look at it, really, there's the revenue that's essentially flat. As you look at 2019, we're not really collecting a whole lot of revenue. It's expense management, and that's where the staff comes in, is we've cut our part-time staff almost completely out of that fund, which is roughly about $600,000. And we're still providing a lot of those same services. So that means full-time staff are out working in our parks and facilities at hours in the morning and night in order to support the activities that are happening in that. And as we start to see the mayor's executive orders relaxing, the governor's orders relaxing a little bit, that helps us to be able to start to rent our facilities as we traditionally have done, which is a revenue line item in that fund. And some other activities that we're able to do as people are vaccinated and feel more comfortable coming out into our facilities. You bet.
And I'd like to add that staff has done a great job. Recreation and Parks Department was directly hit by COVID. Their revenues were depending on those summer camps, the programs, and you all have done a great job dealing with that. And I'm just really excited that you're getting to that zero.
Right. It's zero.
Any additional questions, please? Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, very detailed, great presentation. I appreciate it. And, you went through a presentation of, under your belt is 1,000 acres. 1,000 acres between active parks, passive parks, historic homes, and the Cultural Arts Center. So, and we're all very proud of our park and park system. So, through your presentation, a couple of things caught my attention, and those are about, maintenance capital and one-time capital divided between current infrastructure and new infrastructure. One-time capital, current infrastructure is what I personally call update and upgrades of our current infrastructure. So, saying that, I saw in, if we go to maintenance, and which I think is page 17. Okay.
Should be there on your screen.
Yeah, I see that, if you see the historic funds for maintenance, caught my attention that, 14, yes, perfect, thanks. So I see that now it's dropping to very low number. We have, again, 1,000 acres. Some of these have been developed 10, 20, 30, maybe plus years ago. And so, it's something that I would like to focus on. I would like to see if my peer council members is something that caught their attention as well, and see, how can we figure out to at least fund the minimum required for maintenance capital. Because we all know, we experience with our homes, that if you don't maintain, then it's harder and harder down the road and more expensive. And sometimes you just have to do something totally new. So keeping up with maintenance is important for me, as well as the one-time capital on existing and new infrastructure. So this is something that I will be, through this budget process, really following and trying to find solutions to fund hopefully close to 100% of your original requirement. So then the other thing, on 13, I believe, about personnel, again, I imagine that this, third,
That one?
yes, and I imagine that that is full-time, or is include also part-time?
So the position of project manager is a full-time position request, as well as the trails and natural resources maintenance crews. Those are, all three of those positions are requested at the full-time position.
Okay, great. And so, yeah, that would be my main point that I want to make, and see, hopefully, my colleagues can also, give the opinion about that. What is the intention, and what we should do, or what could we do to fund at least 100%, close to 100%, or hopefully 100% of the requested. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Leatherman.
So if you fund all the transportation unfunded requests, lunch is on me downstairs, only for today. So in the transportation department, we focus on multimodal transportation safety and mobility within the public right-of-way. So what we have accomplished, we got the APWA, American Public Works Association, reaccreditation in early 2020. We completed the construction of Rucker Road Complete Street T-Splosh project, and we still need to bring you a plan for street lighting and landscaping for your approval at a later date. We also completed the Hardscrabble Road Green Loop project. And then later on, with your approval, we added landscaping, which is looking better and better every day in the growing season these days. We installed a new traffic signal on Woodstock Road at North Coleman. You can see the picture. It was unique and first of its kind in the city of Roswell, because it's all post-mounted, not overhead. And we did that to save trees, and we didn't add any turn lanes to fit the intersection improvement within the surroundings. It was a context-sensitive solution to the safety problem we had. We started construction on the phase 1 of the Big Creek Parkway T-Splosh project, and that's the intersection of Holcomb Bridge Road and Warsaw Road, and the public should see some major utility work starting soon. We also started construction of the State Road 9 and Oxbow Road T-Splosh project, and we finalized the intergovernmental agreement with GDOT for Georgia 400 Express Lane, including the reconstruction of Holcomb Bridge and 400 interchange, which is the biggest traffic bottleneck choke point in the city, and the bridge aesthetics for future bridges over 400. So we also resurfaced almost 10 miles of roadway from the city local funding and the state funding. We secured new federal funding for the historic Gateway project. That's $8 million from ARC for construction. We also secured new federal funding for the Chattahoochee pedestrian bridge project. That's $2 million from ARC from construction. And we installed the city's first mini roundabout on North Coleman Road and Lake Crest Drive, and it works great. We'll do after studies after the summer break to gauge the benefit and for possible future implementations around the city. We secured new state grant funding for 9 and Oxbow intersection improvement project. That's the $20,000 for additional landscaping for the project. We started some concept and design work on various sidewalk and trail projects. The couple of examples is the hardscrabble, along hardscrabble between King and the Target, the Woodstock Road near Young Life Academy, and the Old Alabama Road by the Big Creek Parkway. We're going out to public on that soon. We also installed a new paid parking system on Canton Street per your direction. And we also kept public updated on progress of our T-SPLOS program via information on our website. So what we expect to accomplish is to continue the construction on phase 1 of Big Creek Parkway and start procurement of phase 2 T-SPLOS project, which is the bridge over 400. And the concept connects the Old Alabama Road to Warsaw Road. And then begin construction on Vilio Road Bridge replacement project in partnership with Cobb County. We also want to make significant progress on the Highway 9 and Oxbow Road intersection improvement T-SPLOS project. And we want to complete the construction of the new pedestrian hybrid beacon on State Road 9 near Elizabeth Way in partnership with GDOT. We want to start and complete the construction of a new multi-use trail on State Road 140 House Road, north of the House-Hembry roundabout to connect the Saddle Creek subdivision to area schools and Hembry Park. We want to start construction of trail along Hardscrabble Road from King Road to the Target. And we want to complete the design work on State Road 92 and Woodstock Road, the right turn lane project. And we want to work on the T-SPLOS 2 referendum efforts and public outreach campaign. Continuing on the expected accomplishments, so we want to continue the coordination with GDOT and MARTA on the Georgia 400 express lanes, future transit options, and impacts to the northwest quadrant of the Georgia 400 and Holcomb Bridge interchange. We want to begin construction on the King Road turn lane extension project near the Roswell High School. We want to begin construction on the Chattahoochee pedestrian bridge over the Chattahoochee River. We want to maintain our certification as a bike-friendly community, and we want to work towards achieving the certification as a walk-friendly community. So for the proposed general fund for the upcoming fiscal year, this is the slide that shows the funding variances between the current and the upcoming fiscal year for different funds. And the next one is the 5-year personnel history. Not much is changing there. And then this one shows the proposed expenditure in the different areas out of the general fund. And these are the 5-year operating expenditure history of the general fund. And the increase you see in the upcoming fiscal year is because of that GTIB loan for resurfacing that we got, and due to the implementation of the compensation study. So the next slide is for the proposed FY22 requests that are listed under as funded for now. So the first one is the citywide road resurfacing and reconstruction program. It is being partially funded. We requested $3 million, and it is funded at $400,000 for now. Next one is the bridge maintenance and safety program. So we got 19 bridges and a whole bunch of guardrails around the city. So this money goes towards the maintenance and the maintenance of the bridges, and replacement and repair of the guardrails as needed. So this routine maintenance prolongs the life of this public infrastructure. We're getting a leaf vacuum and a truck loader that'll make us a lot more efficient in the street sweeping, especially during the fall season And after a storm, it gets hard to keep up after a storm when it's just a lot all around the city. The next one is a 16-feet dump trailer, so that works with the leaf vacuum request just above it, and year-round for many other operations. The next one is the 48-inch bull hog mowing attachment. That's the attachment for the trimming of bushes and trees in the hard-to-reach areas. It's a tough job to do manually. You could see on the screen. We're just talking about the attachment, not necessarily the big equipment. We have that already. The next one up is the Grimes Bridge Road corridor. So you gave us $100,000 for a study at mid-year. But we need an additional $150,000 to have a study that would do the survey concept and the public involvement to come up with a concept that we could take on further. The next one is the Woodstock Road northbound left turn lane at the new Crabapple Middle School. So that's a city responsibility. We learned a few months ago, and we have had a conversation about that at a committee. So that's the construction money request for $350,000. So next slide is the So next one up is the unfunded request for the upcoming fiscal year. So this was the request to convert 2 part-time crew worker positions to full-time. And so we have added a lot of public right-of-way as part of different projects and developments over the years. And we also add landscaping as part of roundabouts and other projects, and all that needs a regular maintenance. So we need some additional personnel for that. So we need these positions to improve the general maintenance and upkeep of the public right-of-way. It is getting harder and harder to meet citizens' expectations. We got a ton of requests for patching, pothole, concrete repair all year round. So we need this additional help to make our right-of-way look better. Next one up is the citywide road resurfacing. So that's the unfunded list. So the remaining $2.6 million that's shown here, it could be funded at mid-year without impacting the delivery time of the resurfacing that we do every year. But generally the mid-year requests are considered to be emergency requests, but we will still make that request at mid-year, and we hope to get this one funded at mid-year. The next one is the asphalt compaction roller. So that's a piece of equipment we have. It's very old and very high maintenance, and it should be replaced now. It doesn't provide a good quality end product anymore. So that's that request. And then the last one on this slide is the traffic signal pole replacement program. So we've been asking for this for many years now. So we have most of our traffic signals are on wooden poles, and these poles, they have a useful life, and many of our poles are beyond that useful life. We see poles leaning to one side all over the city, and every now and then one breaks, and that becomes an emergency for transportation and police department and sometimes GDOT to get to right away. So this would be a very helpful program. The city should start doing that soon, because we are kind of creating another backlog if we don't put money towards this one. So next one, this is still the list that is unfunded one-time capital. So the King Road turn lane improvements, you gave us $350,000 at mid-year for construction. So this was a request we put in for $100,000, preparing for the worst-case scenario, which would have been the Fulton County not agreeing to give us the right-of-way, but we heard actually just yesterday finally back from them, that at staff level, they are okay with that. So the staff at Fulton County would make that recommendation to their board, and if they approve, so we don't necessarily need this $100,000 for the King Road Third Lane project anymore. The sidewalk connectivity program, so we are working on some projects that I mentioned before, the hardscrabble from King and 92, the Woodstock, and then the Old Alabama one. So we are working on those. So it's like a cycle, between concept, design, and construction of these different sidewalk projects. So you don't have to fund it every year, but if you don't, then you kind of break the cycle of all these activities. So we'll have a gap in delivering more sidewalks if you don't fund the sidewalk money for any given year. So it's currently listed under unfunded. The next one up is the speed management and pedestrian safety program. So that's another program, we like to have some funds in there every year. It's currently listed under unfunded. So that's the money we use to install these driver's feedback signs around the city, the ones that, electronic signs that flash the driver's actual speed back at them. The rapid rectangular flashing beacons and pedestrian refuge islands, and we get requests from our citizens all the time. So not having any money would mean we'll not be able to deliver, any of those. The pole truck and trailer, so this goes with the request we had on the last sheet on the pole replacement program. So whenever, the council decides to fund the program, it'd be a good idea to have a pole truck as well, because that'll just make our funding go long ways, because we'll be able to do the work in-house versus contracting it out. So the next one up is the Pine Grove Road corridor. So the staff's request was $300,000 to do survey, public involvement, and concept for the full Pine Grove corridor. And that's another one that's been sitting under the unfunded list for many, many years. And if there is a desire to move it forward, it's going to need some money to start the project. The Norcross Street Bridge Replacement Program, so this is money requested is for design only. So that bridge is in the worst shape amongst the unfunded bridges. So we have another one that's worse than this one, but that's funded already as part of another project. But from the unfunded project, this is the worst one, and you saw that on the T-SPLOST list as well. The next one is the Crabapple and Hembry Road intersection. We were asking for design only, and that intersection, lacks turn lanes. The next one up is the Connected Vehicles Initiative. So this is another one that's been on the unfunded list for at least a couple of years now. So that's a regional effort to, connect the vehicles with the traffic control devices. And so that's like preparing our infrastructure for a future. So the region-wide initiative is still moving forward. ARC is still offering the 80% match. So the request you see here is just the 20% from the city to get on board with that regional effort. The next one up is the grapple bucket. So that's a piece of equipment we could use during the big storms. This just helps us to pick up debris, much quicker and much more efficiently, because after a big storm, we, every time, since it's all over the city a lot, it just puts us behind on all the regular work activities. So if we could do the storm response a little bit quicker, that would be a good help. Next one is the last one on the list is the Kent Road reconstruction. So that's currently a dirt road. We have 7 or 8 properties on that. It's a very high maintenance road for us. We spend about $20,000 every year on it for the maintenance. So the estimate here, $1.8 million, sounds high, but it includes the full reconstruction with the sidewalk, curb and gutter, storm drain system to make it a code-compliant street, code-compliant road in the city. So this is just a map of all the unfunded request that you just saw in the last couple of slides. And then the next one up is the impact fee fund, and the only request we have there, which is listed as funded, is the Chattahoochee River pedestrian bridge. So that's in the partnership with the city of Sandy Springs. And this money is for construction, which could begin towards the end of this upcoming fiscal year. And this includes the match money, the required match money to the $2 million ARC grant I mentioned before. So that's all on the slides. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you're paying attention to this, but I want to underscore how important that it may be for next year and also following years. And I know Director Luckett is tracking it very carefully, but the infrastructure programs coming out of Washington, literally billions and billions of dollars that are heading out to states and local governments. You know, the unfunded amounts really aren't that great when compared to those kind of numbers. So on that and any other projects, including some that maybe didn't make the, or maybe even made the referendum list, you know, we need to make sure that we are all over that as things become clearer. You know, I'm sure you're going to come to us with matching requirements and things like that, but I think that could be one of the most important things that's out there in the next few months. So, you know, great job so far of finding those kinds of things. For example, the $5 million, which is a loan, but still, it's stuff that we couldn't do in our base budgets. So, the more of that you can find, the more that we can make sure that we're in line, and hopefully we're on the A list of the line. I think the better off we'll be and can get a lot of these things accomplished. And if we're actually very lucky, potentially some of the things that are in our regular budget get funded by that, and we can move some of that money to some of the other things that we've had to unfund in the other departments. So, you know, great work so far, but please keep that at top of your mind.
Absolutely, thank you. We'll keep that in mind with working with the finance department.
And I'd like to add on to that. Staff is working on that on a daily basis. And we don't know, I mentioned it the other day, we don't know the parameters yet. The way infrastructure is being defined is pretty loose. So it's not just our transportation department that is looking at this funding, but it's various other departments as well. So I know that they're prepared the minute we find out what the rules are and how much exactly we're going to get. I can guarantee you that staff will be on it. They've been working on it. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mohammed, for the presentation, and agree with keeping tabs on what's going on with the federal funding. Would be a great boost here in Roswell. Just a quick question about a specific item, and that is the regional effort, the connected vehicles. Is that something that would improve traffic flow and efficiency immediately, or is it something that is more of a longer term, you know, depending on future technology? I guess what is the time frame window on that?
Yeah, so that's I think we had a little bit of a detailed presentation on it a couple of years ago. So, I mean, as we know, you know, the newer cars, you know, they are enabled, they are capable of, you know, communicating.
Right.
But what % of those new cars are on the road as of today? You know, not everybody's driving a Tesla, you know, so very few cars have that capability. Although, you know, if it's not inbuilt in the vehicles, you could always use your cell phone to connect to this infrastructure that they could put. Now, it's hard to say how many people are actually, you know, using those kinds of apps while they're driving. So, yes, it helps with the traffic congestion because it keeps the driver informed of what's happening on their route ahead of them. It also has several safety benefits that they are listing, like if If a car is talking to the couple of traffic signals ahead, before they could see it, they can learn that there is an emergency vehicle with their sirens on approaching somewhere, so they could be more cautious. If there is a bike rider, and they are using the similar app, they could talk to the traffic signal cabinet, and the cabinet could tell the vehicle that, hey, there's a bike rider ahead of you, so be cautious. You know, alerting the drivers of an approaching the work zone, and just in keeping the drivers informed. It even goes to the extent that the traffic signal, you know, how many seconds of red light are remaining, or in how many seconds they could expect to see a green light. So all those technology features. Now, how many of the vehicles are using that technology as of today? It's not very many, but this is where it's going. Eventually, I know that we're going to have to, but it's just that it's not the high time yet. But I can
Sure.
tell you, most of the agencies around us, they are on board with this one already. They have a map on the websites, and we're missing there, but we could get on board later.
Right. I guess my, question to you, and I'll reach out for more discussion, but if it's a two-way communication where what's happening on the streets can actually impact, what's happening with traffic flow and signaling and thing, I think if that's available right now, anything we can do with technology to improve traffic flow is a lot of benefits and advantages to the residents, so.
That's the
All right.
whole point. And there is value in getting on board with such
Right.
initiatives sooner, because there is always a learning curve,
Right.
for staff, doing our traffic control system, maintaining that equipment and field. So the sooner we get on, we get a longer learning curve, and we'd be, absolutely ready when these things are, widespread, implemented, basically.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So, Mohammed, I just have a couple questions for you. I don't think you'll be in the same hot seat you were in just a hour or two ago. Some pretty simple ones. So one question is, so currently from a citywide resurfacing, the $400,000, which is just partially funded, is that the full amount that's expected to get the matching grant, or is your expectation that to get the full matching grant, we would need to have more money at the mid-year?
Yeah, so based on the LMIG, collections we get every year, which is really based on the centerline miles, this 400,000 is way above
Okay.
the minimum required match.
Excellent.
That match is like 250 or something.
Sure.
So the 400, we just wanted to make sure we don't miss out on any GDOT
Perfect.
money. But-
Yeah, I definitely want to make sure we're not making it a habit of doing it at the mid-year, and definitely want to make sure that's fully covered, so glad to hear that it is. And then, concern that I have, so last year, unfunded in the budget, you had requested the $350,000 for the turn lane and pedestrian refuge at King Road in front of the high school. And so later in the year, we granted the $350,000. And then, so at first you were thinking it was an additional $100,000 needed, and you're saying that was just because you were thinking that Fulton County might require you to buy the property, and now that you're thinking Fulton County would not require to sell their school property, you're thinking the $350,000 that's already been approved by mayor and council will fully get that project?
Yeah, that's correct as of today.
Okay. And what would be the timeline for starting that?
So I know that's not the topic for today. Staff just told me not too long ago, we ran into an issue with the underground utility, a massive gas
Okay.
line. We're having some issues with that, so I'm not gonna, earlier we were.
But it sounds like you're actively focused on it, it's just the.
We
yeah,
are,
yep.
yes, it's an active project.
Sounds good, yeah, because again, I had concerns as I looked at that longer list today. Some things looked lower cost than I'd expect comparing to others. Other things looked like higher, so I do want to make sure we're trying to be accurate with those estimates. But so that sounds good. That answers my question. I think that's all of my questions for today. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mohammed. I just have a question about being progressive and some of the innovative technology like autonomous vehicles. I know I understand our sister city has a beta project going, perhaps with the state, and perhaps Mayor Henry, I think, has been invited to participate in that. Is there any opportunity for some funding or to look at how that might benefit Roswell? Because it could help with traffic if our sister city, Norcross, is participating in a project with the state on anything like that?
Yeah, so I hope, and if we are talking about the same thing, this connected vehicle initiative, no?
No, this is autonomous vehicles. Something
Yeah, sure,
something
yeah,
different.
yeah, I understand. So we can, you said city of Norcross?
I believe, and perhaps Mayor Henry can comment on that a little bit more.
We can definitely try to learn what's happening in Norcross and see what that project is and see if there's any partnership or funding opportunities.
Because there's a lot of traffic east and west on Holcomb Bridge Road, and if there's an opportunity to improve that.
Sure, yes.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. If you can show a couple of slides back, first let's start with 48, please. So here, well, if I understand correctly, this study that was suggested, because we just suggest stuff to staff members, we don't give marching orders. So I think we were suggesting to do a study of mainly, the issue here was that, anticipating a potential problem of the dedicated lanes landing into nearby Dogwood Road. And I don't see here highlighted Dogwood Road as a part of the study because it definitely will be the first impacted road out of the dedicated lane that GDOT is proposing there or will move forward with this. So I understood that Dogwood Road will be part of this. Maybe it was a mistake from my side. And then my question is for Grimes Bridge Road. There's not such a study there when Oxbow Road and Highway 9 was designed and projected. Was not a study done for Grimes Bridge, how Oxbow Road and Highway 9 will impact also Grimes Bridge Road. So, and if it's such study, it would be great to know. But I think that Dogwood Road should be included in the study because that is what originally was discussed impacting directly from the dedicated lanes ending in, or starting on nearby Dogwood Road.
So, yeah, if you look at the highlighted area, it ends and includes the intersection of Dogwood and Grimes Bridge Road. That's where the express lane bridge exits. So, yes, we could include Dogwood Road in the study, but yes, we want to improve Dogwood Road, but it's not as residential as Grimes Bridge. And when we were having those conversations, one thing we mentioned was, a lot is changing in the area. Historic Gateway, Highway 9 and Oxbow, Big Creek Parkway, rebuild of the interchange, GDOT's express lanes. So I think it would be wise for the city to, yes, get along and make improvements as we go, but for certain things, I don't see in the future conditions Dogwood Road is gonna need much. If you look at the T-Splosh project list earlier, we have a trail improvement along this piece of Dogwood anyway, so that could get connected if you approve that project with the Grimes Bridge and the express lanes, but there is no intersections on this piece of Dogwood. And no residences, not many, if there is any at all. So there is not much that's really needed on at least this piece of Dogwood that you see from the intersection with Grimes Bridge and to the Riverside Road. So I hope that answered the question. So I feel the immediate need to study is the Grimes Bridge Road corridor because it has at least this one intersection that's important and then two other signalized intersections, and it's mostly residential. So if anything, that's the topmost priority for the city to be ready before, that express lanes traffic comes along.
Well, because Dogwood Road, including this, will maybe come out an option that we can divert the traffic instead of into Grime Ridge Road, into Dogwood Road, going to a highway, SR 140 Holcomb Bridge, which is a true commercial corridor that could absorb an exit of another highway 400. So, my point to include Dogwood Road is because might come out something, hopefully, that can divert the traffic from Grime Bridge Road from, highway, Holcomb Bridge into the dedicated lanes that GDOT is building, so we'll be building soon. So that is my intention of including Dogwood Road, to see if it's an alternative route that we can divert traffic from the pretty much pure residential Grime Bridge Road.
Sure. So, just to refresh our memory, GDOT's plan and the IGA we signed with GDOT, it includes the two ends of their future bridge. So this intersection of Dogwood and Grimes Bridge is going to be included in GDOT's improvement at their expense. GDOT is not going to eliminate any of these accesses for their express lanes bridge. They would want to access Dogwood going north and south and Grimes Bridge, and again with the intent to spread the traffic on the network.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Ruff, I think you guys might be talking past each other here. What I think Councilmember Zapata is referring to is the spur of Old Dogwood and the spur of Dogwood that goes over to 140, and not the piece that goes down to Riverside. That's where the residential piece is. That
Yes.
there's some confusing traffic potential movements that could be improved, I think, in there. So, to me, if that line extends northeastbound
Yes.
on those two spurs, I think that's the most
Yeah.
important part.
Thanks for
That's what
the-
you're referring to, yes?
Yeah, thanks
Thank
for
you.
the clarification. I did misunderstand that one before. So staff can look into what would it take to include that piece of Dogwood into the scope of the study.
Councilmember Wilsey.
That was actually my comment as well. And just also a question is how much of Dogwood Road, the southern part is included in the Riverside Road corridor? Because I do think it's an important connection, that segment of Dogwood Road, but I think the main concern for us for part of the Grimes Bridge Road corridor is to link it all the way to
Yeah, but that
Holcomb Bridge.
Riverside Road corridor project starts at the Riverside Park. That's where the Historic Gateway project ends.
right.
And then it goes all the way to the beginning of Dogwood Road and goes along Riverside to the intersection of Old Alabama, not necessarily up along Dogwood.
I do think for those of us who travel, that piece is a pretty key connection, and agree that I think the
Okay.
goal would be to divert traffic north to Holcomb Bridge or, west to the Gateway.
Okay. So we'll see what would it take to add those two segments into the study.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. And the second page that I wanted some clarification is number 39. So is this personnel full-time or include also part-time?
Yeah, so we have 3 part-time positions in the department, so this number includes those. And- Okay, I'm sorry, these are the full-time positions, so the 3 part-times would be on top of this, and it's 2 of the 3 part-times at what we were suggesting to convert to full-time, but that's under the unfunded list.
Great. And again, another suggestion, I'm not telling to do anything to anybody, it's just a suggestion again for the record, is in this kind of graph, will be great to see total number of personnel, and then you can have two colors, one full-time and another one at the bottom or the top, whatever you decide to do, say, part-time. So then give you a picture of full-time and part-time. But again, it's just a suggestion. It's not a direction to anybody, to anything. It's just to make it more clear and complete in one slide all the information together.
Additional comments, questions from council? Thank you, sir. And we'll go ahead and take a break for lunch. And if you would all join us back here at 12:30, I think that'll give us time to eat.
You want me to start?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
I'm not waiting on them.
All right, well, good afternoon. Hope you had a great lunch. Just to let you know, we had a fire truck in an accident today.
Oh.
My phone has been ringing off the hook, so when I'm done here, I'm gonna go take care of that a little bit. Well, it's being taken care of, but I need to find out some things. The fire department's job, its mission, is to save lives and protect property. And off of that mission, we have 3 mission priorities. One is life safety. The second one is incident stabilization. We get to an incident, we want to stabilize it, or what they call stop loss. And then the third one is protection of property. So that's why we exist. And it is, I keep telling the guys that you're here for the citizens of Roswell. The fire department does not exist for you. So that's the main theme that we're trying to get them to understand now. This past year was a little bit unusual with the COVID. It's the first time in 20 years where we've had an increase less than 1%. Our increase was 0.82%. We were projected to go above 10,000 calls this year. We ended up with like 9,900 or 9,860 or something like that. So, but we're off kilter with the number of calls. We think that this is because of the COVID. People stayed home more. Our usual increase every year is about 4% every year, so it's unusual for us to have this lax in increase. I do want to say that one of the things that we did do that we know right now, we went back and checked everything that we know that we could find, and we did not have a documented patient to firefighter infection of COVID. And we did not have a firefighter to firefighter infection of COVID in the station. Now, there's one of those cases that we think may be borderline, but we don't have any clear evidence through our contact tracing. So what that means is our guys were doing a great job wearing their PPE when they were dealing with patients. We'd had a policy change where we would, if the ambulance was on the scene and we weren't needed, we would wait outside and let them handle the patient contact. So we think that was helpful to us also. If they needed us, we would obviously go in. So that's a big compliment for us. One of the things that we've accomplished, the fire marshal's office has implemented a paperless system. So they receive all their plans electronically. They review them electronically. There's these big screens, and they have keyboards and special software where they can look at those plans, do the plan review, and make any comments on those plans. And we went with iPads with the inspectors, so when the inspectors go in, they can do their fire inspection right on the iPad. They can have the people sign it, and they email a copy to that business owner. Where before we used to have 3-part forms and we had to file these forms, we have filing cabinets and everything. We've eliminated all that. We now have a paperless fire marshal's office. We reopened the Roswell Public Safety Training Center from the snowstorm collapse 2 years ago, December 2017. And we just reopened, we opened it this year, last year in June, I think it was turned over. Some of the things that we found out from that as we were doing the renovations, of course, the contractor had to do a mold test so that for their workers were safe in the building. They found mold between the exterior walls. They had to remove the brick from that exterior wall to replace it. And we found that the original contractor did not install the windows properly, and the water came in around the windows at the windowsill and caused moisture in that wall. So all that is completely fixed, and we're ready to go with that building again. That was about almost a $2 million project that we did. ISO came in here and did their survey, fire suppression rating survey. We were a 2. We still think we're a 2. It takes them about maybe 5 months to get the results back. We have not heard the results yet. When we got the 2, we were teetering between a 2 and a 3. And don't know if we're going to make it to a 2 again. It depends. I think we will. But Mayor, you will get the first letter on that, along with the city administrator, Gary Palmer, will get a letter. They won't send it directly to us first. You'll get that letter first. So you can be aware that's on the way. And hopefully, we'll cross our fingers, we remain at 2. What we expect to accomplish, we've ordered a brand new ladder truck. And that ladder truck should be in about a year. It takes about, 14 to 15 months to construct a ladder truck. So we should see that about May of next year when it will be put in service. That's replacing the old 1996 ladder truck that actually, this is the first time that we are trading the truck in. Years before, we would sell those trucks at auction and we would get like $5,000, $6,000 for the truck. The fire truck dealer is giving us $20,000 for trade-in for the truck, so we're able to maximize our cost on the ladder truck going out of the city. One of the problems that we have is space. The other problem with that is we have to have a place to put our firefighters' gears. We have it all over the place. We try to keep them from putting it in their pickup trucks. One, because it gets stolen. The other is it gets subject to sunlight, which damages the fibers. So we're installing lockers, more lockers in all the fire stations, where we're putting them everywhere we can so that the guys have places to hang their fire gear when they're not at work. The kitchen at fire station number 5 is going to be renovated. That station was built in 1991, and the refrigerator is its original refrigerator. It's a Sub-Zero, one of those high-dollar residential, and we went to replace the refrigerator because it's not working very well right now, and it's $15,000 to replace that Sub-Zero. So it's lasted 30 years. So we sit there and we think about it. Well, it lasted 30 years. That's pretty good, you know. So we're still determining where we're going to put one of those things in there. But we're going to open it up a little bit, renovate it so the guys can have a little bit better situation. And we're going to install a commercial high-temperature sanitizing dishwasher. And we started replacing our stations with these dishwashers because they can actually sanitize the dishes and glasses that they use. Where now, if they wash it by hand, they certainly can't sanitize it. And we're hoping that this is one of the things that will help us keep from spreading disease between the firefighters. We hope to purchase a safety town. We're looking at Firehouse Subs grant right now for a portable safety town. That was an item that was not funded on the budget this year. We were exploring partnerships with local businesses to fund a permanent safety town, and the mayor gave us a great idea to where we can look, and we're exploring that. I think it's pretty exciting. If those of you that don't know what Safety Town is, it's basically a little tiny city. Has street lights, has stop signs, it has buildings. The kids get in little big wheels and they travel through that city and they learn things like crossing the street, looking both ways. They learn stranger danger. They learn crime prevention. They learn fire safety. They all kinds of safety stuff. It's not just fire. It's fire, police, and we've had these in the city for several years, and we want to bring that program back. The problem is we want to bring it back on a permanent basis so we don't have to set it up every time. The issue prior to that was when we had it set up, Fulton County would not fund the transportation, and we couldn't get the kids from the schools to Safety Town. So this portable unit would allow us to take Safety Town to the kids. But ultimately what we would like to do is do a permanent Safety Town and have corporate sponsors, local business sponsors that would sponsor the transportation from the schools to the Safety Town. And we had, we're replacing the headsets in the fire trucks. When you're sitting in a fire truck, it's pretty noisy. You got sirens. You got that big diesel engine that sits there that makes a lot of noise. So they can't hear one another. They can't hear the radio. So by putting the headphones on, they have the little microphone in the front. They can actually talk to one another on the way to a fire and pre-assign tasks before they get there. Plus, they'll be able to hear the fire radio clearly. So as we get updates on a fire or an emergency situation, they can hear them. They're not drowned out by the siren and the engine of the truck. Funded requests, looking at the budget last year, we were about 11.4, and we are moving up to 12.093. That's about a 4.5% increase. Overall, we're reducing 9.9% from the total department budget, including the capital and the impact fee funds. We have 21 positions. We are not getting any more positions this year, so we'll remain there. In 2018, we added 2 people. We added a battalion chief for training, and we also added a fire marshal. And we went from 19 to 21, and we've been at 21 employees ever since. We have currently 186 part-time firefighters. We try to keep our part-time firefighters somewhere between 65 and 72 per shift. So we have 3 shifts. If we keep them between 65 and 72, actually 65 is a little low, but in around 70, we now have enough folks that will work and fill that schedule up. So when we get down below 65, we have a problem. We lose on average about 18 firefighters a year. So part-time firefighters. And the reason for that loss is, I'll give you an example. Just had one resign today, and he said, you know, my kids are getting older. I have one that's doing soccer, one's doing travel baseball. My wife can't do it all, so something has to give. My family comes first. I gotta, go take care of the kids. And that's why there's reasons like that are leaving. So it's a natural thing. We're constantly hiring new firefighters to try to keep that level in around 70. The budget, we have 79% of our budget is personnel, and a large share of that is the part-time firefighter fees. We have just shy of $6 million that goes to firefighter fees. And then we do have, the rest of the salaries are for the full-time, 21 people that are full-time. Our operating is 13% of our budget, and then capital is 8%. And this shows the increase of the budget year after year from 2018 to 2022. And this year is about a 5% increase in the budget over last year. Capital projects that are funded, we're going to be replacing engine 26 on paper. Really what we're going to be doing is when we replace engine 26, we're going to keep it in the fleet and we're going to get rid of engine 22 because 22 costs us an enormous amount of money for maintenance and repairs. It's the second most running truck in the city. Rescue 1 runs the most calls. Engine 2 runs the second most calls. And that's because they're sitting up there between the assisted living places. So we're going to, and then next year, engine 22 is up for replacement. So what we're basically doing is flip-flopping 22 and 26, and so that we get rid of the one that's costing us the most money. And that's $750,000, and that includes all the equipment on that vehicle. There's probably $60,000 to $65,000 of that is the actual equipment that goes on the truck. Everything from hose, nozzles, air packs, saws, fans, axes, rakes, shovels, everything. And we were also asking for communications equipment. These are mobile radios. There's 5 of them at $7,500 a piece. The reason that we keep a storage of a cache of radios is that when we'll have a fire truck, that something will happen, that radio will go out. We snap that radio out and we take one of our spares and we put it in. And that way that truck is not out of service. It takes our radio guy probably about 20 to 30 minutes to make that change. So it keeps us in business with that truck. That radio then goes out and gets repaired, and it comes back, it goes into the cache that we have. Every once in a while, we'll have a radio that will not be repairable, and we have to get rid of it, and that draws down the number of radios we have as a spare. Unfunded request, we requested 30 full-time station officers, and that request would put 1 lieutenant on every fire engine and a captain on every aerial truck. So there would be, in each shift, that would be 7 lieutenants and 3 captains, 10 full-time people per day times 3 shifts would be 30 people. That's just shy, or just right at $2.6 million. And what would happen with that, out of the $6 million that we have for the firemen's fees, we would take that money earmarked for those captains and those officers in that money, and we would bring it over to the full-time. So it would reduce that down. I think just below $2 million would be the actual price on that. We also wanted to fund a full-time fire marshal position. We have, like community development, they have a huge influx of new plans, building reviews. So do we. And we have the fire marshal and the deputy fire marshal are working just about every single day. They're working on plan review. And what we would be able to do is, if we had another person, we could take a person out of the field to assist the deputy fire marshal and do plan review, free up the fire marshal to be able to go out and do meetings with architects, contractors, mirror the inspectors to ensure they're doing a good job and any problems there. So that would help us out tremendously. Unfunded maintenance capital, the personal protective equipment replacement program. We've run this program for, I think, about 8 or 9 years now. And fire gear, the helmet, the mask, the hood, coat, gloves, pants, boots, suspenders, all that stuff has a life cycle of 10 years. And NFPA says that after 10 years, we have to get rid of it. So I believe it was back in 2005, we had a federal grant to replace all of our gear. It was just a little bit over, I think, $280,000. If we had to do that today, it would cost us more than $500,000 to replace our gear. One, because the price of gear is going up, but two, in 2005, we had like 120 people. Now we have 180, almost 190 people. So what we did, we set up this replacement program so that we would replace small sections of gear throughout the years, and we would always have gear, the old gears going out and the new gears coming in. This past year, we replaced helmets. The year before, we replaced all the boots. So that's the purpose of this replacement program. It didn't get funded this year because lower revenues, I guess. But we will be putting that back in next year because we cannot get behind the 8 ball on our PPE replacement program. So we can make do this year, and I think we'll be good. We'll still maintain our program and replacement, but next year we're going to need that money back. EMS utility all-terrain vehicle. This is the Gator that we have. It is about 2003 Gator. It's a 6x6. It takes about a football field to turn the thing around, and it's very old. So we're looking to replace that with a UTV like we have with our new brush unit. It's a Kubota platform. It would have a seat in the back for the medic. It would have a mount that you would put the Stokes basket. The patient would go in a Stokes basket that would be mounted on the truck. And then there's compartments there for the medic to have any medicines or supplies they needed to work on the person. And then, of course, we can get that person out of the woods very quickly. We do probably the most we run that Gator is over at the bike park, Big Creek. People get flying down that road and they'll come off the trail and hit a tree, wrap themselves around a tree, and we got to haul them out of there. So the Gator is very important for our response to those situations, and it's just antiquated at this point. Unfunded one-time capital, Station 3 replacement, $4.2 million. We have to start replacing fire stations. It's not an option. We have 2 fire stations that are, we replaced Station 4. It's a mirror of Station 2 and 3. Station 2, I mentioned that Engine 2 is the second runningest engine in the state, in the city. They had just shy of 1,100 calls. Rescue 1 runs the most calls. They're running about 1,400 calls. What we really need to do is put a rescue truck staffed at Station 2, but we can't because there's no room in the bunk room. I have 4 people in that bunk room right now to staff an engine. There's no way I can fit 2 more people in that bunk room. Anybody wants to go over there, go in there and look at the bunk room, and you'll see the beds are already very close together. And those guys like each other, I'm telling you, because they live very, very close in those quarters. To get 2 more chairs in the area where the kitchen, the dining room, and you just can't do it. There's no room for that. So we need to start really thinking about the replacement of these stations. Station 3, the reason we put this one up first ahead of Station 2 is because we thought it was more shovel-ready, because we're going to take that station and put it right back on the same land. Station 2 would have to be moved because with the current setbacks, with building construction, we would not be able to build a station that's much bigger than what's there right now, unless we go to 2 or 3 stories, and that probably wouldn't fly for that lot. The I-plans table didn't get funded. That's the table I told you where they do their plan review. They sit there and they have all the plans so that they can be paperless. Drop down, we know about Station 2 land acquisition. It didn't get funded. Land's going away really quick up in that area, and there's another project that we really need to start getting on, because once that land's gone, we're going to have to start inventing land somewhere, and that's going to be hard to do. So that's one that we have to get done also. Fire station lighting upgrade. We spend a tremendous amount of money on light bulbs and fixtures in the fire stations. And some of the stations, there's 4 stations that we have that the lights are so high that we have to have the electrician come in, and they rent one of those scissor truck or scissor jack things to get up there to replace the light bulbs, because it's not safe to do off of a ladder. And well, there's some places you can't get a ladder up there. So it costs us a lot of money when we get lights that are out in the fire stations to get these lights repaired. By changing all the lighting in the fire stations to LED, we would have a lower maintenance lighting system, and it would save us money over a period of time, not only in electricity costs, but also in repair costs. And then we have the Fire Safety Education Safety Town, $23,000. That's the one that we are looking for Firehouse Subs grant to fund that project. Are there any questions?
Council have any questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. Chief, appreciate you walking through all that and appreciate the energy after lunch too. I have two questions, and I know you said it. I just didn't have a chance to write it down. So I have two questions. Both are on your unfunded requests. So on the unfunded request of the PPE, I guess just help me understand why that's not a danger this year. I just want to, I know you said we have the program where we contribute to it every year. This year it's unfunded. What I just don't want to risk doing is if we're pushing it back a year, are we creating any decreased safety this year or in the future? Can you help me understand that?
No, we aren't, because I have a guy in support services, the captain in charge of that. He's unbelievable, and he has some gear. Just because somebody leaves doesn't mean you can reuse that gear, because you get somebody that's tiny, like we had Amanda. She was a tiny little thing. We had to buy her gear, and then when she leaves, you look at it and you go, what are we going to do with that? Nobody fits in it. And then we have Big Benji, who's twice the size of me, and the same thing. He leaves, so we have some of that gear that we cannot use. But there's other gear that it's still good, that if we can reissue it, we can reissue that gear to somebody, and we don't have to purchase gear. So we're at a good point right now where we have a little bit of stock on the shelves that we can outfit people. We're current on all of our gear right now, so we're in good shape. But as we go into the next year and the following year, there is a possibility that some of the gear out there could be going out of date. And he's tireless. He goes through and he has a list of everybody's gear. He knows what date that was manufactured. He knows what date it's all supposed to be replaced. And he will hit his computer and he'll say, all these people need to come see me. We need to measure you for new boots, or we need to measure you for a helmet. And he knows exactly what's out there. So when we looked at this and we said, hey, mayor and council is not going to fund a lot of stuff. What can we do without? And it was one of the things he came to me and said, we could go without a year without this. So I don't think we're in danger of losing any of that.
Excellent, thank you. And then my only other question is, remind me, I know last year, and unfortunately it was unfunded, there was the discussion of full-time officers, and I am risk averse. I think there really is a lot of benefit in safety in having some full-time officers. I know you mentioned the break. So last year you were just requesting full-time captains. This year you're requesting full-time captains and some lieutenants. Can you remind me what the breakout of the captains compared to the lieutenants was?
The model that we used last year was more expensive, and of course we're looking for ways to shave that down so it makes it more attractive to you. And apparently we didn't make it attractive enough this year. But what we do is we typically, what all the other fire departments around us do, they put a lieutenant on the fire truck, and then they put captains on the aerial trucks. So the stations 1, 4, and 5 that have both a fire truck and an aerial, they would have a lieutenant and a captain at that station. All the other stations that just have the engines would just have a lieutenant. And that's pretty typical of what we do. I know Cobb County does that. My son works at Station 3 in Cobb County. They have a single engine, and he has a lieutenant that's in charge of that station. Our support services captain, he's the captain at Station 14 in Cobb County. They have an aerial, and they have a captain on the aerial and a lieutenant on the engine. So in Roswell, we would have 7 fire trucks, stations 1 through 7, and then we would have 3 truck companies or aerials. That's 10, so it'd be 10 per shift, 7 lieutenants and 3 captains. And then times that times 3, A, B, and C shift, that's 30 people.
Excellent.
That's how we have broken out.
Great detail, very clear, appreciate it. Thank you,
Okay.
Cap. Thanks, Chief, really appreciate it, Chief.
Additional questions, comments? Councilmember Tizer.
And did I understand, Chief, that that as you bring on these full-time people, you reduce the part-time cost?
Yes.
And it looks like it's about a $300,000 or $400,000 difference. Am I reading that right?
What we would do,
Make it easy for you. Let's say we did all of them, okay?
the whole fire department,
Let's say you did all 30, just so the math will be easier. That would be, a little over $2 million. I think I heard you say $2 million comes out of the
fireman's fees.
186 fireman fees, and
Right.
so it's a wash, or it's a little bit more expensive?
It's more expensive because, first of all, our captains right now in the stations are making just a little over $20 an hour. Full-time, if we go to a captain full-time, the minimum in what we have for captains right now is $25 an hour. So there would be an increase in that. We currently have one lieutenant in the fire department in fire prevention. And so there would be an increase of lieutenant, to pay for lieutenants, because he's a 40-hour-a-week work week, which is a different rate of pay than the 24/48. So if 24/48 works 56 hours a week, where the 40-hour work week, 40-hour week, so you can't pay them the same rate because one works more than the other. So there would be an increase. Now, what you would get back, the money we have earmarked in our fireman's fees that pay for those officers that are in the station now, the part-time fire officers, that money would be credited back. It would come out of fireman's fees because we don't need to pay them anymore. They were not going to be there. So why encumber that money in that pot of money when we can take it and put it over and use it against the money that we're using for full-time? So it would be just, it says 2.4, I think it's 2.4, 2.6. I got to look now. 2.6. So we would probably get about 700,000 would come from fireman's fees, and we calculated it would be like 1.9 would be the cost of 30 officers. The net cost would be 1.9, just shy of $2 million to put those 30 officers in.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. I already got a lot of good notes from you on all this lieutenant and captain stuff. I guess my request on what I will want to see, and I don't know if this is for your department or if this is for finance, but I want to see the net cost per captain as well as per lieutenant. And so obviously that will add up to the total amount, but I definitely want to know really, what do you see as the net cost? Because I remember last year was obviously much easier math when it was just captains. Then in that case, it was pretty easy, and we just saw the net cost, so it was pretty easy to divide that. But again, this is helpful. I do love seeing the total amount, but prior to the first reading and prior to adds and deletes, definitely want to see the net per each of those positions.
You want that right now?
No, but thank you. You're Mr. Johnny on the spot.
Well, I have it.
Yeah, I'll want it afterwards as I kind of prepare for the next steps, but thank you.
Okay.
But you can read
Now,
it either
let
way.
me caution you on something.
Yeah.
Our first year cost for one of these full-time employees includes uniforms, PPE, everything that goes along with that. And the second year cost is lower. The ongoing costs are lower because they already have their uniforms. They already have their PPE. We run somewhere, right now, when we hire somebody, we know we're going to spend about $4,800 per person on their PPE and their uniforms. Okay, so what we would have to do with the full-time, we would have to buy them probably one more set of uniforms. So it'd be probably closer to $5,100 for that person. So when you look at it, your lieutenant would cost $88,200, but the first year would be $93,000.
But then that's the gross amount. That doesn't include the amount that we can deduct for not having for a full-time being replacing a part-time, right?
That does not include the money that we'd be saving in
Right.
the other fund, the fireman's fee fund, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so that's the only other thing. So I'm hearing $93,000 per lieutenant for the first year.
First year.
$88,200 for each lieutenant in future years.
That's
And then
right,
basically,
sir.
what I would want to understand is, what is the amount that we deduct first year and ongoing years by having a full-time lieutenant and having one less part-time person?
Oh, I don't have that on my sheet.
No problem.
I'll have to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that for you.
No problem at all.
Okay.
That's a tough one. And then the same question for the captains as well.
Okay, that's not a
Perfect.
problem.
But thank you so much for this.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So on the same line of conversation, I see there's a different on the 30 full-time fire station officers of $523,000, 553 between the proposed and recurring. So what is this different for the $523,553?
Again, it's the initial cost of onboarding those full-time employees with uniforms, their helmets, their masks, their coats, their pants, their boots. All that stuff is the first-time cost. There's some training costs that are usually involved in that. So that's the difference. That the first year you have additional cost onboarding those people, and then the second year you don't have those costs. So it reduces the amount of money you spend on that person.
Okay, so then I came with the number of $17,452 to add 30 full-time for the first time, one-time expense. So it costs $17,452 to equip and train 30 full-time fire station officers.
I don't have that broken down that way, but that sounds about right.
Okay. So my next will be on the slide number 61,
61.
please.
Okay?
There. So the last point, replacement of the communication headset. If I remember correctly, I don't know, maybe last year or 2 years ago, we replaced off a truck the headset too. So can you give us an idea how many already have been replaced and how many will need to be replaced in the future, so we have an idea of what's gonna happen in the future in terms of replacing the headsets?
That's confusing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let me explain. It's a really simple explanation. That money was frozen because of the COVID, and we knew that we could do without that just for a little while, so we just got that money unfrozen in January, so we're just now starting that project. That was a last year project. So you're right, yeah, we did that. That was earmarked for last year, but because the money was frozen, we're just now getting that and doing that project.
Oh, great, so we're
So
gonna get
it's
it done now?
nothing new, it's
Right.
because the project was on hold because of funding.
Okay, and moving forward, do we have more trucks that we need to update or upgrade the headsets?
No, that does it all.
Okay.
And of course, the new trucks coming in already have that.
Right.
We're doing the ones of the older trucks, not the newer trucks. I can't remember which ones that need it, but I think there's 8 different vehicles that will get this, receive new headsets. And then the other 12 or 14 vehicles already have the newer ones that are in good shape.
Great, okay, thank you.
Additional questions from council? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And if you find any money, we'll take it.
Good afternoon. All right, I gotta find my place in the presentation. He said he forgot to go back there, so. '74. All right, Jim Conroy, Chief of Police for the City of Roswell. Welcome. This is my second budget with the City of Roswell. So I do want to start by thanking Ryan, Harpreet, and all the staff in the Finance Department. Budgets are very difficult. They did a great job, and I thank them for their help and support. And then internally on my side, we have Adrian Bird and Deputy Chief Rivard, who were instrumental in preparing the budget. Trying to decide if I want to read off my notes or off the slides, so which is better. So what we've accomplished, over the past year, we completed our monthly open range training, which includes patrol rifles, shotguns, basic patrol school, and all of our internal training, in-service training that we provide to our officers, for a total of 22,061 training hours for our staff. We responded to 50,617 calls for service. 11,566 incident reports were written. We wrote 2,948 accident reports, 6,132 traffic citations, and 4,312 traffic warnings, all throughout this COVID period. With the COVID, we had to adapt our emergency response to protect the public and protect the officers, as well as educate the public on everything that was COVID and that rapidly evolving changes and regulations that seemed to, early on, changed hourly and daily, and now hopefully we're to that point where they're changing every few weeks. But we had to keep our staff apprised, as well as train our staff on donning and doffing masks, gloves. We had our internal staff made videos to teach our officers how to be safe, how to decontaminate their equipment, decontaminate their cars, on more than a daily basis, typically after every call. So it was quite a shift in our normal operations. We also opened a functional fitness facility. This is doing CrossFit for our officers. One of the challenges when I came here, one of the big concerns was when you have officers that work 12-hour shifts, they don't know officers on the other shifts. So we have 4 squads. They don't even know each other. So Captain Ratliff had this great idea that we start this functional fitness, a lot of CrossFit. And here it says over a third of the department has been onboarded. I believe we're close to half of that now. If you come over here when we're having the training, and they do training sessions all throughout the day. And we do provide 1 hour of on-duty training, but a lot of them are coming on their off-duty time. And it's building the camaraderie in the police department, having a tremendous effect, as well as on the physical and mental wellness of our employees. It does also include our civilian employees as well. And as you're all aware, we implemented a new city ordinance to help address the nationwide street racing issue throughout Metro Atlanta. I'm going to knock on wood, we've had great success as that warmer weather is coming here and the COVID regulations are loosening up. We do anticipate more of the street racing events to occur. This year we also purchased and trained a new K9 Edo was trained and came online this year. And in addition, we also added a dedicated K9 supervisor position to help oversee our K9 highly specialized employees. We had success in our police applicants. We partnered with Police App, and our applications have increased over 50% through that process. During 2020, we hired 33 new employees. That's unheard of. We did a tremendous job, and our focus on hiring, recruiting, as well as retaining high-quality employees is one of our top priorities. And the recruiting and background staff did a tremendous job this year. We also added a dedicated internal affairs investigator position. And thanks to the Mayor and City Council, we received funding for our pistol-mounted optics, which are going to help improve our accuracy for our officers when they have to discharge their firearms. We've replaced expiring Narcan in order to ensure that officers have this life-saving medication. This is something that we deploy during overdose situations. And I do anticipate, I want to bring some numbers to you, because I can say here at Roswell, we deploy Narcan far more frequently than we did at my prior department, and it's saving lives every time we do that. Very important and critical to our operations. We also replaced our tourniquets to ensure our officers have these life-saving devices. I think you remember that item. We replaced all of our tasers with the newest generation Taser 7s. We were ranked second in the state for the number of forensic files that were examined, as well as the investigations handled by our Internet Crimes Against Children unit, and that's second in the state. We are not the second largest police department in the state. We were the second busiest, the second most effective in tackling these dangerous crimes and getting these criminals off the street. We also were successful in dismantling a nationwide mail theft ring. I think if you remember many months ago when you started hearing the nationwide trend, they're removing the U.S. postal boxes. Some of that touched Roswell. Criminals were using keys to steal outgoing mail from these. But we uncovered hundreds of victims, and it led to nearly 400 felony criminal charges filed based on our investigation that started here in the city of Roswell. In addition to replacing our tasers, we also replaced our body cameras with the latest generation Axon Body Camera 3 from Axon Body Camera 2s. And we added a live scan machine so we could provide digital fingerprinting for permits. We realigned our vehicle key control, and as anybody who operates a large fleet, our vehicle fleet is over 160 vehicles, so we have to have a robust vehicle control system in place. We raised over $24,000 through sales of our weapons from the property room. We processed over 1,600 open records requests. We transitioned a great deal of records to digital files, and I remember as the staff was wheeling out the boxes of the old paper files that we had converted over to digitized format. We implemented an online appointment system for citizen needs. This started from COVID, but it is something that we have decided we're going to continue. It is very helpful. We still do take walk-ins, but it is something that helps our citizens better prepare when they need to come and get reports or fingerprinting or background checks, anything that we do in our office. And our drone forensic mapping technology for both criminal and traffic investigations has taken off. Anytime we have a serious traffic accident, we deploy our drone. It maps the scene, makes it much more efficient, maps it from the air, and does a great job and helps us, as well as we use them for criminal investigations. So what we expect to accomplish this year, we expect to continue to grow our crime scene investigation unit and capabilities through the use of a forensic 3D imaging scanner. One thing that happened in COVID, we did open our new crime lab. We were gonna have a grand opening. COVID delayed that, so hopefully once the restrictions change, we will go back and have a grand opening of that crime lab. This is some of the equipment that would be utilized to help those investigators. We hope to continue to grow our investigative analysis unit. Everything is trending more online, and we need some of their expertise to help us do that for our criminal investigations. We expect to fill our vacant positions in our specialized investigative units. When we do not have all of our positions filled, we tend to take from the specialized units to ensure that our patrol division is fully staffed. And as we become full staff, then we fill out those specialized positions. And some of that will allow us for more of these internet crimes against children cases, which I talked about. They're critical. And the more you dig into those, the more successful you become, unfortunately. But you do remove some of these bad predators off of the street. We're going to continue to grow our information gathering and sharing initiatives to enhance our citizens' safety. And we're going to continue our recruiting efforts to hire the most qualified candidates who want to become Roswell police officer. We expect to increase our number of electric bikes to enhance the response capabilities of our bicycle unit. We know electric bikes are much more efficient than having to expend your own energy, and it keeps that officer so their adrenaline's not up here when they're encountering residents. We're going to grow the automated school speed enforcement program. I think you all remember that. We got approval from the board to enter into that. We have one school that's currently operational. We have the permits and they're installing the equipment at the second school as we speak. I think it'll be up and running right in time for school to end, so we really won't see how that's gonna manifest itself until the fall when school returns. But again, COVID had a big impact on the school speed zone program. We expect to replace our aging license plate reader technologies. We hope to purchase appropriate crowd control equipment to implement our training to address issues of civil unrest. Increase the number of ballistic shields on each shift. This, when you have an active shooter or a dangerous situation, that it's something the uniform patrol can deploy to keep themselves safe from active gunfire. As well as replacing the SWAT team's long-distance weapons platform. Some of these were items that were frozen and then recently unfrozen by the board, so those are all in process. We expect to fill all police vacancies. Right now, that number is listed as 12. I think today it's 10. And this morning we had interviews and I gave job offers to 2. So if you count those, then we should be at 8 after this morning's new hires. Increase our staffing from our PIO to a media team. Right now we have one person. He handles all of our public information, our social media. Some of the other staff kind of fills in to help him, but we would like somebody that's dedicated that could really help take our social media to that next level. Continue evaluating and updating our fleet for safer, newer, better, and cost-effective equipment. Fill our 2 existing administrative specialist vacancies. Continue our community outreach. Even despite COVID, we have had a successful year with our community outreach and keeping some of our programs running, changing exactly how we do the programs, but they've done a tremendous job. And our community relations, we would not exist without strong community relations. Continue our partnership with the Special Olympics and increase our Citizens Police Academy to twice a year. This is one of our most successful programs. Presently, I think our plans are 1. We'd like to do 2 a year, and I think we applied for Congressman McBath's program to even expand that to 4 times per year, because that takes a lot of staff hours and a lot of equipment and material. So general fund, we'll go through our funded request quickly. I'll let you guys read this slide so I don't have to go over the specific numbers. Our 5-year personnel history from the general fund, 18, there was 173, 177, and then 179 for 21 and 22. That remains unchanged. From 20 to 21, those 2 positions were the supervisor and K-9, as well as the internal affairs investigator, were the increase from 20 to 21. Our overall budget, it's a very healthy budget with personnel only being 77%, transfers, capital, and other 7%, and our operating expenses 16%. That is a very good and healthy number to have. From my prior department, our personnel expenditures were over 90%. Our 5-year operating expenditure history with the general fund. This year, we have a transfer to the E911 fund. I think you had Harpreet mention that before. The E911 fund has always been self-sustaining, and we anticipate in the 2022 budget that will not be the case. And we estimate that we're going to need to move $290,000 to supplement it from the general fund into the E911 fund to continue their operations. Right now, Roswell is one of, it's just under 50% of the 911 centers in the state that operate solely under their 911 fee currently. So we've been successful, and I think we're catching up with the rest of the state now. This one was partially funded, the tactical vest and helmet replacement program. We requested $40,000, we partially funded $10,000. These are not the vests that we wear under our uniforms. These are the vests that our high-risk employees, our SWAT team members, special investigators, that they wear that protect them against increased threat levels. And those do expire, they do have a shelf life, and they do have expiration dates. So we're getting to where we need to start replacing some of them. We'll go over our unfunded requests. As I mentioned, we requested a full-time media specialist position. This was unfunded. Requested a full-time deputy chief position. Part of my planned organizational structure does include 2 deputy chiefs. This allows for efficient coverage of the department, as well as succession planning. I'm not leaving anytime soon, not planning on it. But when my time comes, my full intention, when I decide to retire and leave, then we will look internally and say, here's our candidates that are fully capable of taking over the police department, and we can bring a chief from the internal ranks and hit the ground running without having a 1-year delay trying to search and recruit a new police chief. That'll be, I think that's beneficial for the city as a whole. Funding for crowd control protective equipment, we talked about that. $63,000, this would purchase 50 cents of crowd control equipment. We call it the turtle outfit. It's the hard shell, chest protector, helmet, face shield, arm protector, and leg protector. And I think we need to go no further than turn on the news and see what's going on for crowd control and see this as necessary equipment. In my book, this was the only unfunded item that gives me concern. We are working with Ryan and his staff to try to identify whatever funds we can get available to start purchasing some of this equipment if we can find it elsewhere. And FLIR infrared handheld devices, these are devices that can be deployed in the field. The officers can use them to look for either suspects who are running in the dark or for missing persons who are in the dark. We do have some, and they've reached the end of their shelf life. I think 3 of them don't even work anymore. Unfunded maintenance capital, we had already talked about the tactical vest and helmet replacement. The motorcycle replacement program, currently for our vehicles, we do have the lease program. The motorcycles are not included in that, so we're trying to get ahead of the game to prepare for this. I want to do a little more research on the motorcycle replacement program. At my prior department, we had a lease program. We leased them for a year, then actually sold them back to the dealer for the same cost that we had. It was basically no cost. I do know there are some changes in the recreational motorcycle world now that might not be as beneficial, but people really wanted those police Harley Davidsons. They were highly sought after. I think that's changed a little bit, so it might not be a straight, but it could be a much reduced cost. But this is something we're going to look at to ensure that our motorcycles do get replaced. We have a number that are many years old and reaching that point where they're not totally safe to be riding on. But they are an important part of our traffic enforcement program. I think you see them out in the city quite a bit. And bicycle patrol replacement, we were trying to purchase 2 electric bicycles to supplement our bicycle patrol unit. Unfunded one-time capital, this was the additional automated license plate reader devices. The 3D scanner for investigations, this recreates major crime scenes as well as traffic accident scenes. Currently, when we go out, we beg and borrow from our neighbors to get them to come out and let us use their equipment. And we've been successful thus far. We just don't want to rely totally on our neighbors. If they have a homicide at the same time we do, then we're not going to get use of their equipment. Specialized canine training area, somewhere where we can securely train our canines and let them run freely without fear of them running into the police parking lot or running out as the gate opens at the police headquarters. And this we're keeping on everybody's radar, the new E911 Emergency Communication Center construction of $5.25 million. I want to keep that on your radar. That's why this was included in here. The E911 fund, we're very proud, as you know, of our E911 center. I think they are second to none in the state. During 2020, which was a reduced call volume year, they had 118,812 total calls. Of those, 97.25 were answered within 10 seconds or less. The national standard of that is 90%, so they were well above the national standard in answering these calls. Of the calls that we dispatched, 79,688 were police, 10,118 were fire, 7,354 were EMS, and 11,530 were other. Everybody says, what's that other? That could be anything from informational calls to 911 hang-up calls, or people that don't need a public safety response. You know, what time's the court open? Anything like that falls into that other. So there's a lot of need for that. This one we're very proud of. Our communication center is the 17th emergency dispatch center in the world to attain IAED status as an accredited center of excellence for police priority dispatch systems. 17 in the world, not the country. It's number 17 in the world. So that was something they achieved this year that we're very proud of. They maintained their agency training program certification for Project 33, which is APCO. We use the APCO International Agency Training Program certification, and we retained that this year. We also successfully completed our second round of the remote-based CALIA accreditation, meeting 100% compliance. I actually signed off on that report this morning. So we are complete, and we passed another year of our CALIA accreditation for 911. We are also CALIA accredited for the police department, and we just finished that last evaluation as well. And 911, we maintain a high quality assurance program for all personnel. And I think you'll remember hearing about this. We maintain a partnership with Rapid SOS. This is so we can locate people who are in areas they don't know where they are. There's something they can send to their phone. Part of that, we also partnered with Uber, and there's an app within Uber that they can notify our 911 center if they're on an Uber ride and they're having some sort of difficulty being assaulted by their driver. When they press a button, it will notify us of their exact location, and we'll be able to track them until we're able to respond. What we expect to accomplish in 911 is to continue to develop and implement our full interoperable communications plan with the North Fulton Regional Radio System Authority, improve and maintain our top quality assurance for EFD and EMD, that's emergency fire dispatch, emergency medical dispatch, to achieve the Tri-ACE accreditation. We're also going to maintain our APCO Project 33 training certification, the police EPD accreditation, and maintain our CALIA accreditation. One of the other things we're looking at is this is imagery, picture, text to 911. It's something we expect to accomplish this year. You'll be able to send photos to 911 from your phone, as well as this program's called the What 3 Words, but it's one of those that also helps us identify your location. If you're in an area, a shopping mall, a school, it'll help us pinpoint your location within that large facility. Personnel history in E911 remains unchanged from 20 to 21. And I think that's supposed to be 22 proposed, but it remains unchanged. And again, with their expenditures, their personnel expenditures in 911 are 81%, 8% are transfers capital, and 11% operating. And their expenditure history is here on this slide. The unfunded requests, so the first one is 2 full-time communications officer positions asked for. Those were unfunded. And these others, as Harpreet mentioned, these are accounting procedures for fleet for those that $79 and $72 item, as well as the ones on this page. These were fleet-related items that were unfunded, more of their accounting procedures. And same with these. And then the confiscated assets, we intend to continue with our confiscated assets participation program. The current balance in there is $749,500. And I will open the floor for any questions.
Council have any questions? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. Clear representation. So if we can go through a few pages very quick. 75. Or if you want to start backward, would be easier.
Wherever you want.
98. So if you're going to go.
98.
Is this full-time or is any part-times in here?
This is full-time. Do we have any? We do not have any part-time in 911.
Right. So let's go to 83. The same thing here.
This is full-time. We do have one part-time employee currently.
Okay.
This is a program I'm looking to expand. We have one part-time employee and we have one reserve unpaid employee, Captain Danny Bates, we intend to start our reserve officer program. And we're going to leverage the ability of some of these retired officers or officers who have left the police department and go to the private sector. You cannot work at one police department full-time and work for another part-time. That's against the law in Georgia. So you have to leverage officers who have left to go to the private sector or who have retired. Right now, I'll just use an example, is Captain Bates is not eligible to be paid for 6 months until after his retirement. And then at that point, we will have 2 part-time employees. Okay. But that's our intention, is we will start leveraging part-time officers that will help out as our staffing needs.
Great, thank you.
But yeah, right now, as you asked, there is 1 today.
Great, thanks. 79.
179.
No, it's page 79, sorry.
79. Gotcha. Yes, sir.
So purchase appropriate crowd control equipment and implementing training. Can you tell a bit more detail on that point?
Yeah, as I mentioned, these are the turtle suits. It's protective equipment for officers for civil unrest.
Okay.
Breastplates, helmets, arms, legs,
Okay.
protective equipment that's utilized for crowd control situations, civil unrest, protects the officer from objects being thrown at them, being hit with bricks, or if they have to go up and push a crowd back, it keeps them from being injured.
Great, thanks. 77. Implement online appointments for citizen needs. Do you also take a walk-in? Let's say, if it's a older citizens that they don't master much the technology? Do you still take walk-ins or it's only online?
Walk-ins are still, this is something we implemented when we were only allowed to make appointments under the governor and the mayor's orders. And the police department chose to continue that program. So we're going to still offer appointments, but walk-ins are still accepted as well.
Or phone or any other?
Yeah, whatever else is needed. Most of these are if you have to come in and get a background check, apply for a permit, get fingerprinted. Those we have to have staff on site, but
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, we do take walk-ins. We don't turn anybody away. Part of my philosophy is we need to service people. I think an example is even for firearms applications, we will take anybody from Fulton County, not just a Roswell resident.
Right. And my last 75, the last one. Okay, receive funding for pistol-mounted optics. So you haven't implemented this yet? It's not,
No, it was frozen and then unfrozen, so we're in the process of doing this. This is a complex item and it's going to take us a while. There's two options. We can take our current firearms, ship them off to the manufacturer. They can shave them off and install the equipment, or we can trade our gun in and they can give us one with the optics already mounted. So we're working on the processes.
and when do you estimate that will be operational?
We're at the will of the manufacturer.
Okay.
If we use the one where we swap the weapons, it's much quicker. If we mill it out, they've got to take it off, and I think they're very limited in the number they can do. I'm just guessing 5 a week, and then we're also out those 5 firearms, so we have to find replacement firearms for those that are sent in. So, but we are working on it. That was one of those items that was frozen and just recently unfrozen by the city council.
Great, thank you.
Additional, Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation, Chief. I'd just like to ask the city council, I think the mayor's been very good in telling us what he really would like us to focus on as one of the unfunded being the crowd control. And I think looking at that crowd control equipment and trying to get that back in the budget should be a priority of ours. So like everybody's consideration on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Zapata.
Sorry, I forgot one more thing. The 911 that will require a big investment in construction, do you know, or you have an idea if we can start selling the service to other cities to recuperate part of this investment in the future, or is something that is impossible to?
So no, that's a great question, and that's providing services to other entities. And I think, as you know, last night or Monday night, I can't remember when it was so recently, we passed an agreement where our 911 is going to provide dispatching services to the National Park Service. So that is one of those examples. I am very open to providing this service to other municipalities and other entities that will help us. When we do move into a larger facility, it gives us that capability to expand. Right now, the room's very tight. I know you've been over there in the 911 center. It's very tight. There's no room to expand. We felt this one we could take on very easily, but yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
Additional comments, questions? Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, Chief, for getting us back to slide. Would have taken me a while. Good afternoon, and I know Michael is chomping to get up here, and so is Ryan, so I will try to catch up a little bit if we can and make up some time. In terms of, I'm going to be brief. I'm going to hit some highlights, and if there's anything that you'd like to ask questions about, we can go into it. But the one thing I wanted to hit on here in terms of accomplishments department-wide was the Plant of the Year Award for the Water Department. We received that just before COVID hit, so we never really got to recognize that group at council. It may have been mentioned several times. I know most of you are aware, but that was a big deal. That competition's only every 2 years. We were successful in our second attempt, and the group has really done a great job keeping that plant looking as like new as possible since its construction in 2016. We completed the design and we've begun construction on the transfer station. Most of these other items are fairly routine. The two things that are not on here, one, we made it through COVID-19 from, by all accounts, relatively well. And one of the big reasons was we had a great recruiting season just entering into the spring when COVID really hit. And we've added a lot of talent that has really paid big dividends throughout the past year. This slide is pretty much routine activities that we try to do every year, so just some accounting in terms of what we've accomplished. I think the big item here is maybe getting through Rivers Alive during quarantine COVID situation, which I think the event went really well, and that was headed up by Nikki Belmonte, one of those new employees that started just as COVID hit. In terms of what we expect to accomplish, we started the dog waste campaign. We'll be getting through most of the outreach this year, and we hope to complete the solid waste transfer station construction in this coming fiscal year. In terms of the numbers, this is a quick overview. Our numbers do fluctuate a bit. There's a good bit in here that is associated with the compensation adjustments. And we also have a significant change in solid waste. That's mostly the switch from a fully capital funded transfer station to a loan, I believe. And for the most part, our staffing has been relatively stable. We are requesting one new position. I'll touch on that when we get to solid waste. In terms of the water utility, we are heading into Drinking Water Week, as we mentioned this past council meeting. And I wanted to really hit just on some basics. Most of this you have heard, it's our normal capital program. And we're almost done with the last bullet here, the communications of our SCADA system to remote facilities. That's a important one that we like to get off of our list this year. In terms of the accomplishments, maintaining non-revenue water is always a goal of ours. We've been very successful. Chris leads an excellent program. The last bullet on this is one of my favorites citywide, and it almost made the top list. It wasn't something we set out to do, but in looking at our history, that figure of reducing per capita water consumption stands out in the metro area and in the state of Georgia, and it's been a 10-year work in progress. And that's something that people in the industry have noticed and we received comments on. We hope to renew our water withdrawal permits. We're working on those now, and I believe that's going to be successful in the near future. The last point that's probably a highlight you've heard about recently, the last bullet on this page, is we will be the first utility to fully roll out smart hydrants in our system this year. We're extremely excited about that, and there's been a lot of interest, as you probably have heard or seen. Getting into the numbers, this is our personnel history, and Councilman Zapata asked about part-time several times already, so I will mention just in general, the department as a whole has 2 part-time positions. None of them are in water, but I want to mention that just because I'm hitting this first personnel graph. We'll touch on them when we get to solid waste and support services, which is kind of spread across all of these departments. So this is our history. We added 1 new position back in 2021 fiscal year. That's the main change. That was a construction inspector and backflow person to assist Chris. This is the allocation of our funds in terms of personnel, operating, and capital splits. And I think that's a pretty healthy, normal distribution in terms of the split. Here's our expenditures in terms of operating costs, and so this takes out the capital component. Those are not reflected in these numbers. And it's been fairly steady, and it has been increasing with some additional development and water sales and associated expenses. In terms of the budget overview, most of these items you have seen a bazillion times already today, so I'm just going to focus on the things that are unique to water, and that's the second last second and last bullets in the top part of that chart, the AMI antenna at Hightower and the valve replacement insertion program. Both of those are small in terms of 25 and 35,000 and will help our operations significantly. One is communications related and one is isolating flows, making sure we have operating valves in emergency situations. And I will not be mentioning any of the fleet-related items on any of the slides. You will see them 4 times in the next 10 minutes. The water line replacement program is our traditional capital improvement investment in our distribution system, and the last piece of our communications infrastructure upgrade is shown on this slide. The rest of those are fleet. This is the water plant surveillance system and plant duress system. Again, are both communications related, intended to provide better protection and alerts when we have single staffing at our water plant, which is 24/7, and an easy way for people to get help if they have a problem or a medical emergency. Moving on to the stormwater utility, the only point I want to mention here on this slide is stormwater is one of our trickier service areas because the utility provides maintenance and service to the city-owned municipal separate stormwater system, and that leaves private property, comes on public property, ends up in the waters of the state, and a lot of our time is really just sorting that out and explaining that to customers who may have public or private issues, and we're responsible for the public portion. In terms of what we've accomplished, the cross-drain inspection program has been tremendously successful. We're way ahead of progress. We hope to do that over a 4 or 5 year period. We completed half of it in the first year. So that's exciting, and it's helped us prioritize the available capital funds that we have. We've done multiple concrete reinforced pipe placement projects now very successfully. That's saving a significant amount of money as opposed to doing very small contracted projects with outside contractors. So our staff is completing those themselves. And we've also initiated a fair number of enforcement actions, which have really just been to motivate private property owners to make the necessary improvements on their infrastructure. And there have been a couple of big ones which have been successfully negotiated. The stormwater master plan was completed a couple of years ago, and we're working on those highest priority recommendations. One related type item is an update of the Big Creek Watershed Improvement Plan, which is primarily how can we improve water quality in Big Creek. That is a requirement of our water withdrawal permit to update that plan every 10 years. So this is quite dated, and that work is going on now, and I expect we'll be bringing it to you in the near future for your review and approval. The staffing in stormwater is shown here, and again, we don't have half people, but this sort of reflects the distribution of some of our support services staff. So when we were working on our master plan, we had a bit of additional effort devoted to stormwater, and that plan is now complete and we're implementing it. We're also, just mentioned, staffing remains a challenge. We really appreciate your class and comp study approval and all the help that Jim Harner and the Human Resources have been over the past year. Stormwater is actually down 2 staff now, but it's an ongoing challenge, and those steps that you've taken in this budget and in the last budget have really helped in our recruiting efforts. So thank you. The distribution of those funds is shown here. Again, capital is taken out. We typically run about $900,000 or $1 million in capital each year. And stormwater revenues are relatively stable and relatively flat. Impervious surface is what we bill on, and that is not changing too much in the city. And we try to match those expenditures year by year with our projects. So here's a good example of a slide that I'm not going to mention. All of these you've seen before. This is just the stormwater utilities portion of all of these items. The master project list is 900,000. That's almost completely funded. I think we've had about 135 that's unfunded. We have a large equipment replacement item, which I believe, which piece of equipment that is right now. It might be our mini excavator. And that is the only item for stormwater. Moving on to solid waste. We have just talked to you about the completion of the solid waste business plan. That was this week. And we manage a number of contracts, as you know, and we have started the construction of the transfer station. We technically haven't issued the notice to proceed, but we will in the next month or so. What we expect to accomplish is to complete that project. It's the biggest project we will do out of solid waste at over $3 million. And we have a request in, this is the one position we have added in the budget for a full-time transfer station attendant. So that really will help us monitor the traffic to the transfer station, more importantly, the customer drop-off area, once the new transfer station is completed. So this funding reflects half of a year after the transfer station is complete and open. So here we're showing the staffing, and we did have some changes. You know, the magnitude of the bars kind of distorts these, but we dropped a couple of positions several years ago, and now we're adding one back in this proposed budget. The distribution of our expenditures, most of that operating experience, about $5 million of that, is outside contract services. That includes our yard waste and recycling contract, as well as our transfer station operation and disposal services contract. Other than that, it's a fairly typical distribution. The costs have been relatively stable. They have gone up this past year with inflation in a number of areas, particularly vehicles, and our contracts have some escalation clauses. The bulk of that also comes in from the increase in compensation that we have experienced. On this one, we have two items on the bottom of the top chart, which are the additional garbage bin funding, which we need. We're starting to run into some replacement inventory issues, not a lot, but this is probably going to be an ongoing expense. The full-time transfer station attendant I just mentioned, and that's, again, 50% of the year funding. The trucks are our typical one a year for commercial and one a year for residential. Nothing unusual there, except maybe their price has increased. We have a dumpster delivery vehicle. This is a one-of-a-kind vehicle. It basically just is designed to carry dumpsters out for replacement purposes, and it's at the end of its useful life. It's about 15 years old, I believe. And a forklift replacement that is also sanitations. That is it. These were just reviewed with you as part of the solid waste business plan update. So they are changes in proposed fees that will help offset our costs on all of these items, which we have discussed in full council and committee. Fleet Services Fund, the source of all those multiple lines that are unfunded is here. This shows up as an internal service fund throughout all the other departments. We made a lot of progress in fleet this past year. The biggest one isn't really called out here on by name, but in terms of that improved parts inventory system, we now have an on-site parts store that is operated by a third party, and that's helping tremendously with us just maintaining our records, keeping the documentation in order of what parts are going on what vehicles, and getting them to mechanics fast. So that's been a big step up for us in terms of operating. We had it up around November and have seen some significant improvements in just service to customers as a result. And we also reclassified a position. One of our traditional mechanic positions was vacant, and we reclassified it. We're recruiting now for a law enforcement vehicle mechanic, which is going to be a higher level of certification that's tailored to maintaining PD vehicles to take care of Chief Conroy's vehicles and keep them on the road. In terms of what we expect to accomplish, our primary goal is really improving customer service and keeping vehicles on the road. We've established some metrics. You may have seen some of those early on. We intend to continue with that, particularly available for duty, percent of fleet available, that type of thing, particularly for police and for fire. Actually, fire is the first that's probably been the beneficiary of that. And we're working on consistent customer survey availability with every work order. We don't get a tremendous response, but we're getting kind of typical response in terms of just the number of people who provide feedback, and for the most part, the feedback has been relatively very positive. So we'll keep monitoring that and let you know how it goes this year. In terms of the staffing levels, it's shown here. And actually, I forgot to mention, but when we were covering solid waste, that's where one of our part-time positions is, and it is a retired CDL driver who's been able to come back and been a huge help throughout COVID-19. The other part-time position is actually in support services, and that was in last year's proposed budget. And that's really offset outside consulting services. We have a tremendous asset for a limited time and a very senior person who's helped on a number of fronts in that role. The fleet fund history is here. Again, we added one position back in 20. It's been relatively stable, and the change from 20 to 21 was as we were going through a lot of fleet update processes and using more of those support services, including myself and Sharon and others during some stressful times to get some things implemented with new contracts. So the budget picture is distributed a little differently here, but mostly personnel, the operating costs, largely parts and outsourced repair bills, very little capital. Occasionally we purchase something. This is my favorite one, and this is just because accounting standards change. The way we handle certain aspects of the city's business historically has changed. And the one year where we had a big number, I believe that was the year that we had the replacement program included in the fleet budget. And again, standards change, auditors' opinions change, and just we see what works changes. And however Ryan and Lacey want to show the numbers works for us, and they do a great job of explaining to us every year. Nothing in fleet was really funded, so this is a pretty simple chart. Just the personnel items, and all of these items are unfunded. I think the one item that we would prioritize to the top of this, if we had some available funding that could make it to fleet, would probably be that full-time fire apparatus technician, which has been on the list from a request from fire for years. But we can definitely work without it and continue to contract that work out. And all of these items can wait, and we will try when funding is better. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Council have any questions? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So I have one question that pretty much applied to all your funds. Just for example, let's go to, the closest would be 149. So here, just to understand, where will be the maintenance capital and the one-time capital in this pie chart?
In that pie chart, they would all be in the orange slice where it says transfers, capital, and other. That includes capital.
And maintenance?
It would also be going in that same slice.
On the orange portion of the...
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from council? Thank you, Mr. Skalski.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm trying to find Tony's energy level after lunch. I think we're all making a need it here. Michael Fisher, the Deputy City Administrator and Administration Department Director, to talk to you about our FY22 budget requests. As you see, one of the things that hasn't changed for the administration department and may never is our mission, and that's provide results-oriented communication, service, and innovation. That's what we do. We are a service department. We're a service department not only to our citizens, but internally. So we provide what others need, and we try to continue to do that as best we can and use innovation whenever we can. So for our accomplishments, I have like 9 divisions, and rather than trying to go through every one of them, I picked out a few of the ones that I think were really noteworthy that I wanted to talk to you about over this last year. And the first one's our city clerk. Marley Press is just the top of the game on everything that she does, and I think it's partly because of her competitive nature. She's not going to be second on anything. But she's just done a great job. The campaign finance reporting we've got in place now, she's got that implemented, which makes for incredibly accurate records when the data is put in, when the information is put in during campaign financing. And these reports then are transmitted real time. So, you know, we talk a lot about being transparent or about letting our citizens be able to know what's going on. This is all real-time stuff that's automatically done to what used to be the Ethics Office, now is the Georgia Government Transparency and Campaign Finance Commission. But they get that information right away, and it's very accurate. The other thing that we're really proud of in Marley's work with all of our departments, and I can say that they've all contributed to the success of this next accomplishment, is our online open records, because we've done almost 100% now of what we do for our open records requests have come through the system now online. That information goes out electronically to the different departments. They can add the stuff in. It makes the efficiency level so much higher, and then it gives accountability, and it gives a recording of when it came in, what we've sent out, and it's really worked well, and Marley is headed all of that up. The next one I want to talk about is our GIS division. GIS is now in administration. You may or may not have known that. They're not in ComDev anymore because there's so much that GIS is doing now outside of community development, working heavily with police, working heavily with recreation and parks and all of the infrastructure that they have. And our GIS division is getting well known also. Patrick Baber, our manager, actually got to present the city of Roswell's story basically of where we were with GIS and where we are today, and he got to present that to an international users group. So we're very proud of Patrick and what he's done. During this last year, we have now a 3D model of our historic district. It's amazing what you can look at. We used to think it was really cool just to look at maps on paper, and then you got photographs on paper. Now you can do 3D models and look around them. And Patrick, there's nothing coming up or nothing going on in GIS that I don't think he either is aware of or is going to take on right away. Just had a lot to accomplish. And then we've completed the 3-year strategy. You all remember funding, 3 years ago, funding us moving forward with GIS from where it was basically just maps on paper and photos on paper to where we are today. And it's been a great strategic move that we've made. Our legal department, what I want to point out, we talk so much about the advice that we get from our legal folks and a lot of the real estate things that they do, but there's one other thing that they do and we don't hear that much about, and I'm very glad that we don't, is litigation. They are constantly working on litigation, and they're working on litigation to avoid it, and they do a really good job of that, and that's an accomplishment that I think it's kind of one of those unspoken or unsung hero things where there's a lot of stuff that comes through and they work on a regular basis to keep us out of litigation, and it's something worth talking about. Some of the things we expect to accomplish with our community relations department, you know, they are the story of the city. They're the ones who get the information out. Education programs that they're looking for, possibly T-SPLOS, possibly bond referendums coming up. Whatever may be coming up in the future, they're ready for that, but they want to accomplish having the best education campaign for our citizens to where our citizens understand what's going on as we move forward in the city. Our human resources, the accomplishments they've done, you all know that we did a salary compensation and class study during this last year, and yeah, the compensation part has been done. But what's really cool is the classification part. That's going through all of the job descriptions that we have, all the employees that we have, to make sure that we have the right job descriptions so that people know coming in what it is that would be expected of them, and that current employees can understand what their job entails, and then putting all of those in the right place to where they all work together in the right departments. So that's that classification study that is so important, that they're going to be working on to implement over this next year. Our risk division is in administration. It's part of the legal area, but one of the things our new risk manager is, well, new, he's been here a couple years now, manager is developing in coordination with the fire department is to have an accident review committee. I was a part of one of those at the county that I used to work with, and we did accidents based on anything. It didn't matter what department. And we had a very diverse committee that would review these accidents and have suggestions and come up with maybe things that would help in the future. There's never an accident that you just say, well, there's absolutely nothing we could do about it. Well, there's something that we can try to do. And so they're working with that with the fire department right now, and hopefully one day implement that citywide to be able to really look at other accidents, particularly vehicle accidents is what I'm speaking of, or equipment accidents. So that's a big accomplishment that we want to try to grow our risk division to where we can lower that liability and that risk that we have. So I'll move on now to the general fund. The overviews, the first screen, you all have seen this many times already today. With the different departments, the total department budget is about a 0.5% increase. It's broken down from general fund, the capital funds, special event fund, which we'll talk about that in just a minute, and you'll understand that. And then the grants fund, which is our matching funds that we put in, so that we have some funds. But ultimately, about a 0.5% increase over what was approved and revised for last year. Total positions haven't changed. There's 59 positions. You will see that we have a position in the budget, but the same number for 59 was last year and this year. That position is actually in the 21 revised budget because it was approved. We're just moving into where we're asking for the funding now, so the amount of employees doesn't change, but we are going to be asking for a budget item here in just a minute on that one. And that's the 5-year history. You see that there's not a change from 21 to 20, but there is an extra person that we're talking about here that's already included. You see our breakdown of what our expenses are. About half of it is personnel. The other big majority of it is operating. There's some transfers and capital, as you've seen in others, are generally one of the smaller areas. And I will be talking here in just a few minutes about maintenance and capital in a future slide. That's our operating overall, $1 million, about 9.5% increase over last year, 11.6, 11.5, 12.6. So moving forward with that chart. Sorry. So these are our requests for this year. I really only have 2 that I have requested on here that are funded. The first one is our fiber speed upgrade. That's the monthly service charge. It comes up to about $8,000 a month, so it's not a great deal of money. But you've already heard once today from our recreation director, Mr. Leatherman, on what happens when we have something big going on and a lot of people hit our system. And you know what, it works. So we have done a tremendous job with our fiber network. All of the data that gets pushed through Rec and Parks, all of the data we're pushing back and forth from buildings, from public safety to our finance department, everything we're doing online, that is all running now on a fiber ring that's really tremendous, and $8,000 a month is what we're looking at. So that's the charge. We've already done the upgrade, of course, we're running it, so this is just the recurring that you would have seen and will continue to move forward with so that we can continue to push the data that we use. The other item is the operating cost for the Economic Development Director. That's about $14,000 is proposed, and then recurring about $9,300 a year. This is the position I was telling you was already in there during the revise, so we're just asking for some of the funding to go along with that now in this particular budget. For the maintenance that we're looking at, the citywide facilities condition program, facilities maintenance program, it's $195,000 is what we're asking for. You might think, my goodness, in years past we've asked for a lot more than that. Well, I'll tell you, this year the request was about $2.2 million. We're funding $195,000. I would also tell you that right now we can probably live with that. I can't tell you that we can next fiscal year, but in FY22 we can, and I will try to explain a little bit about why we can. If you remember last year during COVID, we had a freeze basically on capital stuff, which included FCA. So you have to think about this Facilities condition, it's a big pipeline because some of our projects are very long. If we're replacing a roof, if we're replacing a major HVAC, I'm not talking about one at your house, one of the big rooftop units, that takes time. It takes several months to get it going sometimes. There's bids that have to go out. So our pipeline has a lot of things in it. So when we froze stuff last year, we did not defer maintenance. And I want to make that very clear. We still have not deferred maintenance. So we had projects in the pipeline, projects that were already purchase orders were put out. They were in the works. We continued doing that work. Fortunately, we came to a point to where we were able to unfreeze that particular account because the revenues were doing pretty good. So we started putting things back in the pipeline. The pipeline was getting empty. So we started filling that up. Well, that work a lot of that hasn't been done yet because it has a long lead time in front of it. So right now, the current FY21 budget was about $2 million. We have actually spent about almost $600,000. So you think, well, gosh, that's not very much. We've got POs about $300,000. So almost $900,000 we've either got purchase ordered or we've actually spent already. But that leaves us with $1,194,000 in that budget right now. So now all of that is identified for projects ready to go. So what we're doing, the 195 that is still left to be able to fund things, we're putting into the FCA, which is going to give us, $1.3 million or so that we can use to spend on the projects. But I do want you to understand we are not deferring maintenance. Now, if we don't fund that whole amount, we have to be sure that the pipeline doesn't start to get empty as we finish projects because we can't start new projects unless we have the funding. So I can't go out for quotes and purchase order bids without the funding. But right now, we've got plenty of projects. Annually, we spend anywhere from $1.1 to $2 million over the last 4 years. So if we keep going just like we are right now, we should be able to spend what's in there. But next year, we don't roll over. And we normally can roll a couple $100,000 to $1 million at the end of every year based on where the projects are at. But if we keep going like we are and we spend like we normally spend, at the end of next year, this time next year, we won't have much money left in there. So we'll be asking for a full funding of that particular item. So I know that's a lot to say. 195,000 looks pretty low, but we do have some things already in there for funding, and we do have projects in the pipeline. We will not defer maintenance unless directed to do so because we've got fantastic facilities that our residents expect us to keep up. And I think you'll agree we've got some wonderful facilities, so we will keep that going as best we can. So to move on to some of our unfunded requests, there's one that you've seen up here a couple of times, and you'll probably continue to see that first one where we're requesting to add a community engagement program. Most of our communication with our citizens right now is one way. We put information out, and then they have to take it and do with it what they will. The community engagement program gets people on the ground, gets people face-to-face, and has a lot more of that two-way communication. It's what it's designed for. It's homeowners association meetings. It's community civic association meetings. It's those kind of things where we're actually going out. Speakers Bureau maybe with department staff, department employees to go out and be able to present programs. That's the kind of thing that division ultimately we'll be working on. GIS has their 4th year of implementation. We funded the first 3 years. That really got us to where we are today. Our manager, Patrick Baper, is happy but not completely satisfied. He wants to continue that. The phase 4 would be about another $90,000 to continue on. That's not being funded right now. Special events funding at $40,000. That is our attempt to try to entice maybe some other events in the future. So I can't tell you specifically what that's for other than we want some money to be able to, our goal is to try to have 4 new events, maybe 1 a quarter. So this is an opportunity to say, hey, we'll partner with you at maybe $10,000. So if we had like a $40,000 amount in there, if we find an event that wants to come, sponsorship's getting tough because we've got tremendous sponsors in this community, but they sponsor everything all the time. So sponsorship is getting a little harder, but if we could say, hey, if you want to come, we'll partner with you. We have $10,000, you can bring your things in, we might could do that. That's not funded right now, and you know, we'll work with what we have right now on that. The service for the library, that's just something that we've done in the past with the grant research database. It's not that much money. You know, be in contact with Danny. If there's other things that we can do to get that, we will. Grant specialist is the same thing. Right now, we handle our grant departments really well. You all know Charles Alford does a phenomenal job of keeping up with CDBG, and then we have the COVID CDBG. We're okay like that, but if there's anything else that comes up and we think in the future there's going to be more opportunities, we really don't have any more capacity. So that was the thinking behind this particular person to come in. That funding comes from here and from the CDBG funding, the administration portion. So it's not just going to be a $44,000 job, it will be more than that. Special event drive-in movie, we don't need that. Thank you, that was more COVID related. And we're going to be okay without that right now. The full-time Office of Innovation, that's a new position. That's trying to move the city forward and being much more innovative. New things that we can do, ways that the departments can work together. Maybe some public-private partnerships. An innovation officer would be the one that would focus on that. We don't really have that kind of think tank ability right now. Most of your directors, as you well know, are working directors. So to try to look out strategically and being innovative sometimes has to be put behind whatever we're currently working on. So that's an innovation officer position. If it's not going to make it into this budget, I want you to see that again because that's going to come up again. I think that's a very important position. The last one was the street view measures. Again, that's from our GIS. People right now, Patrick, you can measure online right now with Google Maps. You can get an idea. This is a new technology, a new software where you can measure incredibly accurately. You can measure vertically and horizontally. It's going to be very good to use for stormwater, for things around the river, because you can really get elevations very close, and you don't have to be out on the site. You don't have to be doing survey work. You can do it all on your computer through our GIS system. Patrick was really excited about this when he thinks it'll be very useful. Didn't make it into the funding this year, but it is something that I think that's well worth an opportunity in the future. Here's the unfunded, and I didn't want you to panic when you saw this. If FCA is, the Citywide Facilities Maintenance Program is unfunded at $2 million. If you want to fund it, that's fine, I'll take it, but I'm telling you that we can do a lot with what we have right now with the rollover, but let's make sure next year that we may need to be able to fund a lot more of it. It won't be much bigger than what we've been asking for, but it will be a lot that would be funded. In the IT equipment replacement program, we used to do $68,000. We unfunded part of that last year. We didn't get the $25,000 this year. That $25,000 is kind of a set aside in case we need it. However, I would tell you most of our equipment now is all leased. We've done a really good job of getting rid of the old. All of our infrastructure is brand new. So we're really excited about where we're at, and that $25,000 not funded doesn't scare me near as much as it used to. The information technology strategic plan is unfunded. We're going to find that in our current budget. So I am doing that strategic plan. Matter of fact, it's either out for bids or getting ready to go out for bids right now. So really excited about seeing that come in to help us out. So just quickly on the special events fund, there is a separate fund for special events. It does show money in there. We don't really have that much money. This is expenses and this is sponsorships. So our expenses, we know if we do a full year of Alive in Roswell and Music on the Hill is about 145. That's just there by number. There's not money to back it up, but there is revenue that comes in through sponsorship. So you can't say, well, let's take that and put it somewhere else because we don't have it yet. It's kind of a loan. It's sort of an in and out. But we do want to show you that because we do keep that in a separate fund. These were the two that were unfunded that we already talked about at the beginning. And then our CDBG grant fund is just the other half of that full-time grant specialist that we were asking for with the $36,000. And I think that's it. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Michael. Great presentation. Just a question on the facilities. I remember last budget session, we were talking about the maintenance on the facilities. These include park and rec, or rec and park facilities as well?
They do, the actual buildings. So we're wanting to expand the FCA program so that Rec and Parks will have a detailed program of all of the rest of their facilities. Fences, lights, ball fields, turf, all of that. None of that is in this FCA that we have currently because that's a real specialized knowledge. So the consultants that we've used in the past were building consultants. So we want to expand it so that somebody can come in and look at all of the other things. So right now, those sporting areas and fencing and all that is not included in what we do normally, but we do their buildings, most of them.
So their buildings are included in these buildings?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I'm going to try to be brief. Unfortunately, I have to get running and watch the rest online tonight. But my questions for you are actually related to unfunded.
Okay.
So the innovation position.
Yes.
Help me understand why it's more money in fiscal year 2022 than it is ongoing. What's that difference of $5,000 or whatever it is?
The capital and furniture to get them set up because we don't
Okay.
have an office or anything for that right now.
Okay,
So that'll be whatever they have. Yeah, that's whatever they have going in there.
thank you. And then,
Tend to forget that sometimes.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
that's why
absolutely.
you see that now.
and then, do we have anything that really shows the ROI on grant specialists? Because my belief from everything I've experienced these last, 5+ years is there certainly is an ROI on our grant specialists. They do a great job of really bringing in a lot of great grants. So is there anything official that we've looked at to kind of really be able to prove to the public that, even though we'd be adding a head count, it's adding a head count that's actually just getting more money to offset, our taxpayers?
Yeah, Councilmember Palermo, we've had that discussion. I don't have something officially, but it's absolutely, we can put that together. It's an easy one. That's why we've just done it kind of in discussions, but absolutely what we pay them, what they bring in, and what the administrative portion of grants reimburses us for, that's an easy one to come up with. We can work on that.
Excellent. And then my final question is, the special events funding that's unfunded for $40,000, what was that again? What would that have been?
So that, I don't know a good way to say this other than that's money for us to be able to use at our discretion. So we're trying, one of our goals is to have possibly 4 new events, maybe 1 event a quarter, maybe not big events, but have somebody from the outside organizers come in and do some more events. Sponsorships have gotten so not hard to get. We've got good sponsors, but we're stretching them real thin. So that we thought $40,000. If we had like $10,000 worth of incentive for up to four events, we can find an event. They can say, yeah, but it's going to take some money up front. We can say, hey, we have $10,000. We'll partner with you on this event for whatever expenses. And I don't know what the expenses are because I don't know what the events are. So it's just a way to incentivize bringing some additional events into the city.
Sure. And as I look at that $40,000, kind of the reason I was wondering and thinking about it more is because I want to say Roswell Moves. Remember Roswell Moves, where we partner with Bike Roswell, which is
Yes.
obviously a nonprofit. I want to say that cost us about $10,000 to put on.
We did. We had some money that we put in there every year.
Does that sound right?
But that's kind of the idea is maybe just have something that we can incentivize, maybe some other events to go on. Because as you saw, we don't really have a special events budget yet. And this is kind of the beginning of doing something like that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Additional comments, questions? Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to run through this quickly. Very first off, I want to say how proud I am of our community development department, especially with COVID. We went from a 100% paper process to a digital process overnight, and we've maintained it. We've continued it, all while continuing to exceed our expectations when it comes to the plan review turnaround, whether it's a zoning application, engineering permit, or a building permit. And on top of that, our building division, this is one thing I was also like pulling teeth when we tried talking about it pre-COVID, was to move to a digital version, not only for the intake, but for the actual distribution of the permits, the stamp plans, et cetera. And that's something that they've been a model for, and I'm getting our other divisions to take a look at doing that as well. In addition, our building division and our engineering division work together to develop some combined permits. These are smaller projects, decks, retaining walls, small additions. I believe pools are also included in that. Historically, you had two different permit applications, land disturbance and building. We've actually combined those together to try and speed up the process a little bit for folks. We've also adopted, of course, the two model ordinances for stormwater and stream buffers, made some adoptions to some updates to the construction specifications. We kicked off the comp plan. I'm very excited. You will be seeing that draft here soon, coming to committee later in May. Initiated the urban redevelopment plan. We wrapped up the previously approved opportunity zone, that job tax program. We are still working through the new application. We have not gotten good news back, but we're not giving up. So we'll see what we can come up with in the next month or so, and hopefully have some better information and news on that. And then, of course, with the census, 2020 had an awful lot of our staff helping out with that. Code enforcement has been very busy, even despite the fact that we have a lot of allowances for temporary signs. During COVID, we still had over 1,100 that were illegally placed in the right-of-way that we collected over the year, along with another 1,500 code enforcement investigations and helping out business registration. This is one area that I feel like we've made a really great progress in. The year prior, we had over 500, I believe, delinquent business applications that we had to try and chase down with code enforcement. Because of the on-the-ground work that they did this last year, it was only 320, so we hope to see that number continue to go down as folks realize the importance of getting those renewals into us. What we expect to accomplish, we've been talking for quite a while about an online permit application and inspection request tool. We've been testing that internally. This is a portal or module that's actually part of the existing software we already use. And we've been testing that internally, have worked out some of the bugs and gotten most of our questions answered. So hopefully that will be launched here shortly with full implementation early in fiscal 22. As I mentioned, trying to work with other divisions to get them to go to 100% digital with the actual allocation of the plans and permits out to the contractors and the property owners digitally. Of course, adoption of the 2040 comp plan, some updates to our design guidelines and impact fee ordinance are actually unfunded, but they would come on the tail of the update to the UDC that we'll be talking about here in just a second. Also looking at making some updates to the Code of Ordinances, which ComDev falls under. That's going to be building construction, as well as the Code Enforcement Division uses the Health and Public Safety Nuisances section. And we'll be working with PD to look at the noise and a couple other elements that we have some crossover on. We've already kicked off the Historic Resource Inventory Survey Phase 2. They're actually ahead of schedule, so we might actually have it finished before we get to the next fiscal year, but it does roll over into fiscal 22. And then on the heels of that, we've got the update to the Historic District map, and we're in launching procurement now to do a water resource map update, and this is the delineation and definition of the various streams within the city to make sure that we've got the right category label to help with property owners understanding which of those buffers are going to apply to those streams. Another project that our team is working on is some how-to education series. Each of our divisions are putting these together. These would be about hour-long webinars to help educate, whether it's our homeowners associations, the real estate agents, similar to what Public Works does on an annual basis, on things that our department work on. So with that, I'll jump into our budget. This slide does present the overview for fiscal 22. About $4.2 million is our department total request for fiscal 22. Here's our personnel 5-year history. As you'll remember, between 19 and 20, this is when we brought the contract employees, removed the safe-built third-party contract, and brought those employees in-house. At the same time, this is when the transition of building registration to the finance department and GIS to the admin department happened. So there's about a 9-position difference in total there. This is our general fund expenses, $3.9 million total, with 92% of that being personnel. Here's our 5-year history for that general fund expenditure. Again, you'll see the drop between 19 and 20 is the reduction in cost with that contract change, and then the uptick that you'll see with the compensation study that was done. Our funded requests, we've got one under operating, and that is for a new truck for the engineering division. Currently, we have 5 positions that are sharing one truck for doing site visits and field work. We've had this as a request in the past, so we're bringing that forward again in order to have some little bit better scheduling and efficiency of being able to get that field work done and not have to use personal vehicles to be able to do that. And then we have 2 capital requests. One is the procurement of elevation certificates. There's about 30 properties that we do not have elevation certificates for that FEMA is requiring us to obtain as a part of the community. It's CAV, I always forget what the A is, but we basically spent about a week with FEMA, went through all of our records, and so we've got 30 parcels left that we need to obtain those for. The $40,000 would cover the survey that needs to be done for each of those to develop those certificates and get that element taken care of. And then the last thing is the formal recodification of the UDC at about $300,000. And of course, that would be based on beginning after the adoption of the comp plan. And then we do have a couple of unfunded requests. The first is an operating request, and this is a full-time code enforcement officer position. We had previously asked for a part-time position, felt that we could get away with not having it this past year. The changes that we've seen in code enforcement from a staff perspective and the amount of time that's needed is it's not just cut your grass and we're done after maybe a week or 2 of having communication with them. We've got much longer-term cases that we're working on, a lot of hoarding cases, and it is a lot more time consuming from a staff perspective, and so this would help us be able to maintain the time turnaround that we've been committing to internally within the department for getting our investigations done in a certain amount of time and then being able to follow up on those cases when we have the revisits that are required to be scheduled. And then we've also got a couple of things under the capital that were unfunded. Both of these, well, the impact fee review and update, we actually have impact fees, so it's not something that would necessarily be an issue to postpone, but it is pretty outdated. It's not necessarily being used to its fullest potential to be used as an incentive. It's really more of just, hey, we need fees because you're building something. So it is something that we would like to try and get funded as soon as possible, but we certainly recognize with the budget constraints that that's something that we could postpone. And then the UDC design guidelines, that typically is going to come at the tail end of the UDC being recodified. So postponing this a little bit is not necessarily the end of the world because that process will take a while to get through. That's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question, and perhaps I just don't understand the presentation of it. For the new leased vehicle, it's proposed, but there's no recurring. Is that because it's a lease and it's just reflected as 1 year? Or does it get sucked into operating and that's why it's not recurring? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Thank you so much.
Very welcome.
Made it to the final department. Thank you all for your time and attention. Hopefully so. We'll see. We appreciate your time and effort and attention today. I know this has been a lot of information, but I'm here to talk about the Finance Department budget. And to get started, we wanted to go over some of the things that we've accomplished in this fiscal year. One of the first ones I wanted to address was that we have successfully transitioned the Business Registration Division from community development to the Finance Department. It kind of came at a good time when City Hall was closed down. We were able to complete the renovations pretty quickly and get that moved up to Finance. And by the time City Hall reopened, business registration was open and ready to go up here in Suite 210. With that, I did want to mention too, as you might remember, back a few months ago, prior to the 2021 occupation tax renewal process, you all approved a tax credit for businesses in the city of Roswell. And I wanted to update you on that and let you know that to date, the value of that tax credit has been about $700,000. in support and help to our local businesses as a result of the economic difficulties from the pandemic. Moving on, this past year or this current year, we've also successfully implemented the city's first online procurement software. This allows our vendors to submit bids and proposals electronically. All of the evaluation and everything that goes along with a typical procurement is done online as well. So that's been a big success for our department. We've also, as you know, have hired the city's first investment advisory firm to assist with the management of the city's investment portfolio. We've updated our investment policy, selected a new safekeeping bank, and as of a few weeks ago, we have officially transitioned about $25 million of our investment portfolio over to our investment advisory firm. And assuming all goes well with that, which I fully expect that it will, our hope is that we would transition more of our portfolio in the future over for them to manage on behalf of the city. We also wanted to point out, and we've mentioned this before as well, but that recognizing our budget staff for their work in developing the city's first ever interactive budget book. That was a big accomplishment for them, especially during last year's craziness with the pandemic, and was one of the first interactive budget books around the country. Moving on, we also successfully completed the FY 2020 year-end closeout process, our comprehensive annual financial report, as well as the outside audit, and all of that with no findings for our city organization. And then finally, we wanted to mention that we've also published the city's third popular annual financial report for FY 2020. That takes this, couple 100-page book, distills that down to 10 to 15 pages so that it's more easily understood for the average reader. Also wanted to mention that we've increased the number of customers who receive electronic utility bills to over 8,800. That's about an 11% increase over the prior year. Being able to distribute those bills electronically saves the city about $50,000 annually, and we expect that to continue to increase, and our staff does a great job in pushing that. We've also increased the number of customers who pay our utility bills via automatic draft to over 5,800, and that's a 5% increase over the last year. This year, one of the new things that we've introduced is recurring credit card payments. It was something that we've heard a lot from our customers that they wanted, and everyone is pretty much used to that from when they pay their bills. And we just started that in the last couple of months. We've had, without very much push at all, 3,600 initial signups for that, and it's been a good success. And then finally, we successfully completed the 2020 calendar year property tax billing process, which included about 30,000 accounts citywide. Moving on to what we expect to accomplish this year. Upon adoption, we will be working to help implement the relevant components of the citywide strategic plan. Kind of in conjunction with that, we also plan to continue the development and implementation of the city's performance management program. We'll also be working with our financial advisor to complete the capital planning model that has been developed and analyzed. It'll help us analyze options for investing in major capital needs across the city. In conjunction with that, one of the things that we'll be working on in the coming months as well is revamping our CIP process. I mentioned this to you all at the capital planning work session that we had a few weeks ago, but we want to revamp our CIP to be a more realistic document, a more accurate document that reflects the capital needs, the realistic capital needs that can be funded over the next 5 years. I believe that it will also help us set the stage for providing information that will be needed if we decide to move forward with any type of bond referendum in the future. Moving on from there, we'll continue to evaluate and implement new processes and technologies to increase efficiencies in the finance department. We're always working to update our financial policies and procedures. We'll continue to develop training programs for city employees to provide education on finance-related policies and procedures. We've done several of those this year for our different departments and different topics, and we'll continue to do that. And then finally, most of what we do today is paperless, but we'll continue to transition what we have left over to a paperless environment through the use of various technologies. Moving on to the 2022 proposed budget. So we have our general fund portion as well as our debt service fund. So you can see that our general fund is, the finance department's general fund budget is increasing by about 11% over the prior year. That's about a $356,000 increase. Most of that, about $292,000, is related to base budget increases. That would be the compensation study. We've also seen a tremendous increase in online transactions because primarily people are paying more bills online, and it's resulted in higher fees, not higher fees, but more fees related to credit card merchant service fees. So we're seeing an increase with that as well. This also reflects the fees associated with the investment advisory relationship that we started this year. The debt service fund, you can see that is the fund that pays for the debt service associated with our general obligation bonds. So it's just the GO bonds that come out of this fund. That's stayed relatively constant at 1.65 for FY 2022. And those bonds will be paid off in 2024. And then on the position side, we are requesting one additional position, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment. This shows you our 5-year personnel history, and you can see here we had one increase in FY 2020, and that was reflective of the transition of the one business registration employee from community development to the finance department. And as I mentioned, we have one position request in FY 2022. In terms of our budgets, 79% of our $3.6 million budget is personnel related. On the operating side, we have operating budget of about $750,000. Most of this is related to fees for credit cards, banking, professional services for our annual audits, investment advisory, postage and printing for our utility bills. And then you see a 5-year history here of our general fund operating budget. So we do have one request this year that is currently proposed and included in the funded 2022 budget. This is for one full-time budget analyst position, currently funded at 75%. Currently, our budget division has 3 full-time employees, and that has been the case for the last 17 years. Since that time, our general fund budget has nearly doubled from $43 million to $80 million. The number of funds that we manage in the finance department and that are included in our annual budget process has grown from 15 to 23 since FY 2004. And those are just a couple of metrics to help you understand the workload that this division works with each year. I'll also point out that the complexity of the work performed by them has grown and evolved over the years. There's always been the transactional level work, but above and beyond that, more time and effort is being devoted to highly analytical work that benefits our individual departments as well as benefiting the city as a whole. This includes things like forecasting, rate analysis, financial model development, revenue and expenditure analysis, and other types of operational analysis that our employees in the budget division assist all of our departments with. So they really do support the analytical work that's needed across the city. This type of analytical work distills this complex data into easy to understand reporting for our executive staff and for the mayor and council so that we can assure everyone is able to make decisions that's based upon quality analysis. So the original request was for 2 positions. We feel that one position is necessary to really maintain the current level of service and workload that exists. And the additional position was really included to try and take the division even further in terms of the work that they're able to do and the support they're able to provide our departments by getting into things such as process improvement, innovation work, and analyzing processes and procedures across our departments. So we'd appreciate your support in that position, that request. On the unfunded side, this is the other position that I just mentioned that is unfunded at this time. So that's the finance department budget. There were some other funds that are managed by the finance department and that didn't necessarily fit under another department, so I'm going to cover those really briefly. These are mostly our internal service funds, but there's a few exceptions, and I'll note those. In the general fund, we have a department, a citywide department where things are budgeted that affect all departments across the city. And in that department, we have 2 requests, one being a group health expense increase that we anticipate. Our plan year begins October 1st, And based on the information that we've received from the city's broker up to this point, and based on the experience that has occurred over the last months and the end of last plan year, we are anticipating an increase of about 13.5% in our health benefits expenses. And so this is budgeting for that anticipated increase. We'll know the final amounts once those negotiations really take place in the next couple of months, but this is something as more of a placeholder in the budget for what we anticipate at this time. This department in the general fund also contains the merit increase, proposed merit increase of an average of 3%. That would be effective starting January 1st. That's at a cost of $643,000 in FY 2022, and then that has a recurring cost of $1.2 million in future years. Moving on, our auto rental excise tax fund, we're anticipating revenues of around $300,000 in FY 2022. There's one proposed expense in this fund, and that's a transfer to the general fund to support the promotion of industry, trade, and commerce, which is an authorized use of these funds, and these funds are being used to pay for the contribution to Roswell, Inc. In our hotel motel fund, there are several uses here. One is the support that is provided to the Roswell Convention and Visitors Bureau. The CVB is the destination marketing organization that represents the city, and they're entitled to a certain percentage of the hotel motel revenues that the city collects. So based upon our anticipated revenues, we're expected to transfer to them $367,500. That is contingent upon mayor and council approval of the updated contract with them. Additionally, in our hotel motel fund, we have budgeted a transfer out of unrestricted funding to our general fund of $300,000. And there are two unfunded requests. These are two requests from the Convention and Visitors Bureau, two different marketing campaigns totaling $100,000. Currently, these two requests are unfunded, but the funding request will be considered upon presentation of a marketing plan at a future mayor and council meeting. Our group benefits fund, this is one of our internal services funds that contains all the expenses associated with our employee health benefits. There are two requests, and you'll see these across these next few internal service funds, both for the group health portion of the employee that is, or the split of employees that are funded from this fund, as well as the merit increase. Our workers' compensation fund is another internal service fund that records the expenses associated with workers' compensation. Again, the group health increase as well as the merit increase associated with the one employee that is budgeted in that fund. And then finally, the risk management fund, again, recording an internal service fund that records our risk expenses. Here you have the group health increase and the merits increase associated with that one position that is funded from that fund. So to wrap things up, our next few meetings, we have our first budget reading scheduled for Monday, May 10th at 7 p.m. Our second budget reading is scheduled for the next council meeting after that on Monday, May 24th. In the meantime, we will be receiving from you all, if you have them, adds and deletes proposals. Budget staff will be compiling these, and we'll be sharing these and distributing that to you all on a regular basis. And we'll be presenting that to you all at the mayor and council meeting on May 10th. And with that, I believe that's it, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions from council? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Great presentation. Just a quick question. With the increased credit card payments or taking payments on credit cards, I just want to be clear, we're passing those fees on to the credit card users, correct? Or is the city absorbing those additional fees?
The city absorbs the bulk of those credit card fees. And that's been the practice ever since I've been here. The only exception to that has been for our occupation tax renewal. If they pay online and use the online site to complete their renewal form, then they do pay the convenience fee associated, but as far back as I can remember, the city's absorbed all their fees.
Just in my experience, like when I pay my tag renewal fees to Fulton County and other fees to the state, I, as the user, absorb those fees. And I guess maybe we could look at that at a future time. Thank you.
Additional comments, questions? Well done, everybody. Good job, thank you so much. It's been a long day, but we certainly do appreciate it. A lot of valuable information. So I would encourage council to ask as many questions as you can as we're moving forward. And if you do that, I feel as though the process will be much easier and less painful.